All right. Another open court discussion, female decision making, pros and cons. Well, folks, spring is in the air. Smoke is coming out of people's backyard, and like always, the smoke is in the counselor's corner. We are back for another open court live discussion. I am your host, David Lorenzo Glover, aka the controversial counselor. Joining me is the big bad wolf, Herb Lewis.
Oh,
The wolf is howling tonight. As the co host in the panel is a Showtime decision. Recap from this past Monday show. We covered the topic, why did dad leave for milk but never return? Please go back to view the replay on my YouTube channel, The Controversial Counselor. Now let's shift our focus to tonight's broadcast, female decision making, pros and cons. We will dive into reasons why women don't accept accountability, and the big bad wolf will link this topic into the Freaknik. Yeah, I remember those days. The Freaknik. Never made it down there, but always heard about it. And Girls Gone Wild. This will be another banger. Please like and share our video, and let's keep the subscriptions coming. And we are sitting on, I think right now it's 664 subs. 36 more until 700. Let's go. So here we are. What's good? What's going on? Herb, what's new in your world this week?
actually, nothing this week. I need to get up there and finish. Now that the rain has seen the pass, I need to get up there and actually finish my goddamn garage roof. I know y'all tired of hearing me talk about it, and I'm tired of looking at all the nonsense from. But I got to get it done. Other than that, I got no complaints, man. It's a as a seaman say, it's a flat calm.
For me, it's the countdown. It's simple. It's the simple countdown. Watching a lot of the NBA playoffs. Like I said, it's the countdown at the schoolhouse. Like I said, I have the eighth graders, so last few weeks seeing them, just trying to get them ready to transition into high school. And at the end of the week, passed out, well, Friday, passed out the um, summer school enrollment forms. So, now all of a sudden the parents are calling, oh, Mr. Glover, so if my kid go to summer school, will they be able to graduate? First of all, again, I'm gonna keep telling y'all there's two graduations, high school or maybe trade school. So it's more, but I'm just talking about public school, high school, and then college. You don't graduate from kindergarten. You don't graduate from elementary. It's moving up day. It's simply just moving on. So they're calling and like, oh, I bought two outfits. I actually bought two dresses for my daughter. But I guess if she have to go to summer school, she can always save it. You should have knew this from a long. You should have been riding this pony all along to know. But this is what we do. This is what we do. Because in the words of Ebony K, is her name Ebony K. Williams?
Yes.
We always settle for mediocrity. That's what we do. We wait, make sure we get through, and go out and buy everything, and it's just pretty much a big show without them really putting in the work. But that's that. I ain't gonna go too much into that. So
Well, you ain't, but I am.
yeah, yeah, I knew we was gonna come back, but I'm just saying for this intro segment. So that's where we at, people. Please like and share the video. And again, if you're not a subscriber, subscribe to the channel. It's growing at a snail's pace, but it's growing. It's definitely growing. All right. So we're going to dive into this topic because, yeah, I know my team is on second game, the Lakers. We can control our destiny if we win tonight against Golden State. And it's going to be a tall task to do. But female decisions, making pros and female decision making, pros and cons. Herb, what's going on your mind when you think about that topic? Decision making.
Man, it's let me first start by setting the table for this. We specifically myself, and I know David probably is going to echo this sentiment. We are not here to bash anybody. Okay. We are here to talk about this particular issue because there's going to be an awful lot of fallout behind it. Now, I don't have a crystal ball. I'm not a sorcerer. I'm not a seer, fortune teller, or future. I just know how certain things go, especially with the advent of Me Too, revisionist history, and things of that nature. So when we talk about this, as always, we put this information out there for people who may not be in the know so they understand the dynamics of all of this stuff when it comes into play so that people can take this information, go forth and be knowledgeable about it. One, two, use it. And people may want to ask, well, how can we use information like this if we are beyond that aspect in our life? And I'm glad you asked that question. Most of us are surrounded by kids, as David was just talking about, that are going into young adulthood. With the advent of smartphones, cameras being ever present, sometimes we don't stop and think about the decisions we make. That's male and female. Lord knows I've had my fair share of run-ins with decisions I've made, and I made my decisions willingly, sober. And that doesn't mean that any well-intended decision can't come back to bite you. As the old adage goes, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. We don't know what's going to happen with the things that we do. This is why it's imperative that we give kids the knowledge, the wisdom, the foresight that they lack. We know they lack. We ain't got to ask. We know they lack because they don't have the lived experience that we do. So they certainly can't make some of the decisions that they're being tasked with and expect to come out on the other side unscathed until somebody tells them. This is why we give y'all some of the information we do. We know some of these things might be off the beaten path. So, we're here to tell you that. And two things I want to acknowledge. One is Crimson Cure. She has recently gotten married. And I want to say congratulations to you, my dear. You do the female version of the Black Manosphere proud. I'm sure your teacher, BGS, is as thrilled as I am, probably more. And acknowledgement to Kevin Samuels' date of transition was last week, I do believe, or earlier, well, last week. So, I would be remiss if I didn't mention those two things. You know, I don't think people realize that media, which we are part of, and anybody that does podcasting is a part of media, whether they're good at it, bad at it, consistent or otherwise. We are impacting the way things are being seen now. I was just having a back and forth conversation with a female who follows the platform, even though she can't always catch it live. She goes back and watches. And she was saying some things that a lot of people are starting to slowly come to realize. And it's not good for a segment of America. I'm not going to mention by name, demographic, or race, or age, or anything. I'm just simply saying that what some people have been saying is starting to be realized. So if you're asking yourself as a podcaster, especially if you're a Black male podcaster, if you're out here talking about red pill content or things that are specifically geared for Black men, keep making content. We're having an effect.
You know what? That remind me. I was watching clips of the Breakfast Club. I think it was the Breakfast Club. It was one of them. I guess high powered podcasts, and I guess it was a situation where some woman, and I don't even know who it was. I just clicked on it on YouTube, and they were talking about how she was trying to get a sperm donor, and she ended up choosing the white one because she felt like the black sperm donor wasn't attractive. So, and it, then I guess they realized like the percentages and the numbers, and I was thinking, we already covered that. We already talked about that. We already covered that topic months ago, whatever. So I always say we be ahead of the game. We be ahead of the game a lot of times. Uh, and it just made me think like, yeah, we talked about that. We had a show on that. Just wanted to get a counselor's corner shout out.
Yeah, man, sometimes when I'm laying here, my boy walking back and forth, I think I said I couldn't be more grateful for the opportunity you presented me. With this, I remember back to when, and we're not gonna mention any names of people going by, when somebody asked you for a recommendation and you tapped me, and I was just like, well, let me give this a try. And it just seemed like a natural fit. It seemed like a hand in the glove, man. And I've never looked back. It reminds me of another opportunity that was befalling me with another good friend of mine, when it got into politics. And sometimes we don't know where a road is going to take us. And this is why, and I'm going to echo what Kevin Samuels says, get out there and live life. Take that road that no one else has. You may find doors that are open to you, people that invite you to come in, people that'll do things for you they don't do for anybody else, simply because you said yes. And that was one of the things Kevin Samuel said to him. He said, say yes to the date. Say yes to the opportunity. Avail yourself of an opportunity to be introduced to something new, whether you like it or not. You don't know what's going to come of it. So go live. Open that door. Take that path. Don't be afraid of venturing out. You never know what you're going to get. You never know what the rewards are going to be. So do it. Just like Nike. Just do it.
So that reminds me to give a shout out, and I don't think I gave a shout out last week to Nisi Carter Ellis with the Hatitude. I've been a part of that for years, and I think this is year 8. So to have the ability to have a vision and watch it grow is a beautiful thing. It's beautiful, and a lot of people will not understand that because most people, we're conditioned. You go to work, you do your thing, but you're never branding yourself. You're part of whatever job you go to. And I remember, shout out to my man, Kevin Johnson. And I've said this quote before. We came into Baltimore County together. He came from Delaware to Philly area. And first day of orientation, we had to ride a I had to ride a bus to the school we went. So I get off the bus. Now I'm homesick and like, man, why am I here? And get off, and like I said, it was teacher orientation week. So we get off, go in the building. Within probably minutes, he see me that we got the same tag from the same school, and he's like, "Oh man, what's up, man? So you working at Newtown High School? What's your position? What you teaching?" I said, "I'm a counselor." He's like, "Oh, a counselor? Oh man, yeah, that's good, man. A black male counselor." I was like, "Yeah," and I was like, "What you teaching?" He was like, "Science." So we connected from that day for we started talking sports like on our breaks, lunch. We would eat lunch together, and we don't talk always. We always get together during the playoff time, so we'll hook up and watch a game or something. But the one thing he always said was, Baltimore County Public Schools ain't my daddy. Like it's not gonna be my legacy, whatever. It's like time to build and grow and get your own identity behind something. So shout out to Nisi for taking that attitude and running with it. And before it was like once a year thing. Now I think she got stuff like lined up 2-3 times a year, and the testimonies are powerful. Shout out to Fonz Carter for
Yeah, I saw fines.
your powerful thing. It was very powerful. I heard bits and pieces of the stories over the years, but actually hearing it from your mouth, I was like, wow, wow, that was
And you know
deep.
what the funny thing is? He's one of many young brothers who are originally from the falls who are out here doing things too. And I gotta give a shout out to my man, Miz 716. He's out there putting out product too, and I gotta start downloading his stuff. So Miz, man, I see you. You keep doing what you're doing, bruh. Represent the 716, especially the East Side, man. We love you. We love you, man.
Just stay putting in that work, and that's what it's all about. If you don't never get that satisfaction of doing anything, and you just go work your job and get your paycheck, it's gonna be what it's gonna be.
Yeah.
You got to have something that give you liveliness and say, "This is mine right here.
Mhm.
This is mine. This is mine." And to watch it grow, it's like probably having a child or whatever the case
Yeah.
is, and you just watch it grow. And there's gonna be some bumps in the road, but it's yours, and you're proud of it, and you market it because a lot of us we can use some rebranding.
Hmm.
We can use some rebranding. So you got to always got to try to brand yourself and continue to elevate and grow, and it'll be more self fulfilling when you take on something like that. So don't if you thought about it and you've been thinking about it for years, like Herb said, just do it. Do it. Do it. You don't want to be that 67-year-old person like, man, I was talented at this. Man, I had that idea and somebody else end up doing it. And I always talked about it. I ain't never do it while you down in another shot of bourbon or whatever the case is, and you're missing all your fucking front teeth. But you uh talking about what you should have did. Just do it for real. Seriously.
All
All
right.
right.
I'm gonna hop into this topic. You know, the fun thing about the fun and the enlightening thing about doing research, as much as I do on some of these, is the things that you come across. There's a book, and I do warn you, okay, people. I am not necessarily recommending this book as a source of education, though I think any book can be. I want to use this book as a cautionary tale that sometimes we are our own worst enemy. It's a book called Social Path or The Wrong Path by a man named Sean Smith. Now, according to his story, the woman he was dealing with, I think she was 36, mother of three. He ends up, well, first of all, he actually tried to kill her and her kids by burning their home up. When that didn't succeed, he ended up killing her and confessing later to police, regarding that. Now he's saying that he told her about his sordid past, the fact that he had anger issues and things of that nature. I don't know if it's true. I don't know if it's false. I don't really care. But the one thing that did stick out to me, and this has been corroborated by her friends, was that they had a 3-year relationship. And this is where we get into female mate choice when it comes to decision making and how it breaks down along certain lines. The pros of female decision making: they have autonomy, freedom, they get to choose their career path. So, whether they want to be married career woman, or married a stay at home woman with a career later in life, they get to choose that. They get self determination. They get to ignore red flags, which is why the reason I read the book title. They also get to place blame. They also get to exhibit remorse. And they also get to choose whether or not, even though with the advent of abortion being rolled back to where it's a state decision now, they get to choose whether they are a single mother or not. That was just a short list. And we'll go through them all. I'm just going to read the pros and the cons. These are the cons. Oh, what is that? Let's go. The delusions of the decision making, the unrecorded expectations, Ebony K. Williams. Remorse, too. I'll explain to all how all this stuff works out. Decreased happiness, the decreased quality of life, single motherhood, and then no excuses. So let's start with the autonomy. Everybody that lives in the Western culture, when you get to a certain age, what do your parents start allowing you to do? They start allowing you to make decisions. Absolutely, BGS, and some people haven't got that. So, they start to let you choose things, clothes you buy, your friends you hang out with, and when you get a little older, sometimes you go to bed. But all these are steps in the process of life. Sometimes we don't take that freedom seriously until it has repercussions, and usually that starts, at least for Gen X kids. I don't know about the kids now. Usually that starts when we do something dumb, like ignoring our parents when they told us don't let anybody in the house, and something gets broken, and then somebody get an ass whooping.
I always said, don't play ball in the house like Peter Brady.
you end up getting an ass whooping, or if you're unfortunate, you have to stand on that plastic overturned rug with them spikes in your feet. Take the punishment you want to. Breaking curfew, not completing seventh and eighth grade. I know that happened to me. I got held back seventh grade, and it caused me to graduate from high school a year later. I also dropped out. That put me behind a couple years. So freedom comes in all shapes and sizes, manners, and things of that nature. Um, we talked about single motherhood. That's one of the most contentious decisions that any woman is going to make. So I don't mention that lightly. But what I want to do is put it in the proper context of what we're talking about. In the United States of America, no one can force a woman to have a child. Whether we like it, disagree with it, agree with it, at a certain point, single motherhood becomes a choice. Because she has the choice of getting an abortion as much as we might dislike it, find it morally reprehensible, morning after pill. Women have access to those no matter what her age is. So that's out there. Um,
You seen
getting
Shaughnessy comment?
I asked this question to a young lady in the store today when I went to get some pizza. Why do women ask that question when society does not give women the truth, the pure, unadulterated truth when it comes to everything? If a woman is asked if she's overweight, she's told no. She's still pretty. If a woman is asked to do something make her look unattractive, she's told no. If a woman asks about body count, she's told it doesn't matter. If a woman is asked, do she need to make money? She's told no. If a woman says, do I have a right to choose what kind of man I want? Society tells her yes. At every turn, at every door, one is open for women. Now, she may not like that door that's open, and she has the ability to walk through it or not. She can go into the next one. But what women don't have the ability to do is tell men how to feel or respond or react to certain situations. And this is where we get into the Girls Gone Wild. Girls Gone Wild is a franchise that started out in 1997. Every one of those women knew they were being recorded, going to be exploited for money, because the franchise is still going. On websites, you can find the photos. And we're talking about photos that's at least 25 years old. Nary a peep from any of those women. Conversely, we go to Freaknik, which started up in 1983. I was just barely a kid in 1983. And after a lot of issues, increased, I don't want to say violence, just increased unlawfulness, shall we say, or unlawfulness. They finally shut it down. But mind you, there's still certain festivals going on that are predominantly black. But now with the advent of the Netflix, Hulu documentary that's coming out, you have a lot of women and their offspring who literally are concerned about the potential damage this may do to their reputation, their careers, or their families. And I understand completely, which is why I've always shied away from doing certain things. Now, a lot of people probably went down the Freaknik not knowing what the real deal was, and I can understand that. Me, I've always went to Carabana with my crew. Well, it's not about the kids trying to see. It's about the decision undertaking to get to that point. And we're talking about women, not teens, but women who are old enough to understand how reproduction works and how to prevent pregnancy. That's why I said we're not here to single out, because this happens across the board. Single mother, this is something that's happened in America, and the growth is exponential. That's one of the few things that rarely regresses in terms of numbers. It's like with any freedom. The more freedom that an individual or groups of individuals get or are given, if you will, the more the ability exists for them to make a bad decision. Think about, and I'm going to do something that's probably a little unconventional. Think about this. When black people were in bondage, there was no such thing as single motherhood, non existent. Even post slavery into Jim Crow, it was still virtually unheard of, because there were certain things that were always going to be regimented in terms of what a female could do. So whether you talk about arranged marriages, shotgun marriages, or the inability to travel outside of the local municipality you were in, some things were made for you. Some things were made for men. Men didn't actually have the ability to just run around and do whatever it is. Only certain select men, shout out to Ron Wills, had that ability, and that exists until this day. The average rank and file, the average rank and file man, let alone a black man, ain't running around here getting these women like that. This is why we always keep talking about these statistics, because that's the only way to quantify what it is that we're talking about. Because I don't have 7 women pregnant. The average black man in this country doesn't have that many pregnant. There's only a handful, comparatively speaking, to the rest of us. And women are making that decision to sleep with him. That is her decision alone. For whatever reason, she makes that decision. And there was an article I saw on The Economist, and I can't remember who actually pointed me in the direction that said black women feel safer with men who want to follow the law than those who don't, which explains why when they talk about the shortage of eligible black men, they always talk about the incarceration rates. And I was like, why would you want to date somebody who walks that criminal path? And the article just blew my mind. It really did. And it just set so many things up and in order. And now when I hear women say it, it tells me something about them. Not necessarily good, not necessarily bad. It just tells me something about them. And what that tells me is I don't want to be bothered with them. So anytime I'm in a discussion, whether it's public, on a panel, or private, and they say something, I automatically know. Cut the conversation with them. They have no benefit to me. None whatsoever. I have friends and family members on both sides of that fence. Trust me. So when I talk about it, I'm speaking from the heart. I can't deal with a woman who actually believes that, because that is just insane.
Well, to go back to your point, and you were saying about these women deciding to deal with, these guys. A lot of it is pure competition. Like, oh, I'm not gonna let her win.
Mhm.
I'm gonna still I'm gonna still deal with him and thinking that they're you know that they're gonna get the silver bullet at the end. Um, because everybody thinks their stuff is better than the next person, and and that's what it is. They don't walk away and don't let it be two women that got children by the same guy. They're just jockeying for position,
Yeah,
trying to see, uh, trying to see like, oh, what can I do to get the upper hand over the next person? Because he's going back and forth complaining to her about you and complaining to you about her, and life goes on, and that's what it is. And some people they just get caught up in that. Then
yeah,
you think you marketable for other people out there. You just gonna line yourself up with the same person, the same type of person in the long run anyway. It's like not. It's not like you're gonna pick up the free agent, the LBJ, the LeBron James free agent. After that, nah, you still gonna be dealing with the lower tier.
yeah, and and this brings in the um the Ebony K nonsense that it is. You know what? This is the thing that women have to understand, and this is what Kevin Samuels will talk about consistently. And this holds true for men, but in a different way. Women, whoever's listening live, whoever's listening post airing, at what point in your life are you the most physically attractive? Before 30 or after 30? Men have been saying this for years now. Your money, your status, your level of educational attainment means absolutely nothing to us because you're not going to use that money for us. Women that are breadwinners now are resentful towards their husbands for not making the money that they want to make. It's understandable that you want a lifestyle. You want a man with status so you can show him off like you would the 2.5 carat flawless diamond when you got in a platinum setting. We get that. Men, by and large, have no problem with the woman wanting those things. The problem is only a select few men are going to actually be able to give you those things. And the further up the ladder you go, just like a plane, the higher you go, the thinner the air gets, the tougher it is to breathe. And shout out to BGS and his Octane series. I'm gonna reference that a lot tonight. If you were 92 Octane and you were 92 Climber, get ready to throw them elbows. The competition for those men is serious. It's stiff. And if you got kids from another man, you're not fit, feminine, beautiful, inspirational. Shout out to Kevin Samuels. Or you use the sign language, and there's another aspect that a brother added to that. BGS, Alana started it out, BGS added to it, Kevin added to it, and another brother did. Let's see if I can get this correctly now. It's shame, insults, guilt, the need to be right, attacking, and lying. Those are the attacking and lying, something another brother put in, and I can't remember the brother's name. And I wish I could. I want to give him full credit. This is what a lot of men have to deal with nowadays in Western culture. And being that I'm as old as I am, I personally don't give a damn. I sit back and watch the carnage. I sit back and watch all these women who get on the other side of 35 who claim that they can't find a quality man. Well, damn, what were you doing with the first? Well, what were you doing with the last 10 years of your life? You mean to tell me you couldn't find anybody that was decent enough that you could actually go out and start something with, even if you had to help him along the way?
But
There are plenty of people who get some assistance from somebody else to get to where they are. No man is very few men. Let me say very few men. Very few men are born wealthy. Most of these men work to get to what it is that they want, especially if they don't have a college degree. And I'm going to mention the Ebony K thing again. She had a problem with dealing with a bus driver. And I understand, she has a law degree. She's hosting some primetime shows, so she's doing well. She's lives in Midtown Manhattan, I think, or somewhere about. And she wants a man who's making upper six figures, so about 750 a year, 750K a year, to a million. Guess who else is looking for that kind of man? Yeah.
Yeah, it's a person that freaking work at Bob Evans as a waitress. Let me read these comments. We got a couple
Yeah.
good
Yeah.
comments coming in. Thanks for joining us, Roxanne. She said, "My assistant has a daughter and a niece dating recently released felons.
Hmm.
Can't get jobs, no license, no money, but they land the pipe, and that seems to be enough for them." Yeah, some women in that wood, they love that wood. They love that wood, whatever it tickle they fancy, and that's all that matter at that time. Let me read this comment. He said, Chadil. He said, "From my personal experience of dating black women, most just want to be entertained. They are not serious about building a functional family. They get bored in an orderly and structured environment." And that's crazy to think that, because people look at structure as somebody's trying to control them,
Hmm.
trying to control them. Structure is structure. Everybody needs structure. That makes your life less stressful, gives you more peace when you have structure, when you have consistency, when you have a regular routine. A lot of people like to live on the fly, whatever, and then they wonder why, when they start aging, they look like death, because they've been stressing all their damn life, because everything is unstructured. Got a lot of worries in your mind, like, okay, I'm trying to beat the clock, I'm trying to do this, and you wonder why you look the way you do.
Yeah.
But you can't tell those people anything. So I stopped telling. That's why I work with kids.
And the thing about what you just said is this: if you look at women who are, let's take two women, both close in age. One is 42, the other's 43. The 43-year-old is married, two kids. She's married to a husband provider, versus the one that's 41. She's been in and out of relationships. I guarantee you, to a woman, that the 43-year-old is going to look a lot younger, because she's not carrying that burden by herself of having to provide for the family, worry about the welfare, and deal with all the social problems and mental problems that come along with being a provider. That's the road that men were supposed to take on. And you said this earlier, BG, and I think you said this last year, when before technology came along, that men and women age the same way. Women will age out of their fertility window, and men will age out of that ability to do physical labor window, so
Right.
they
That's
will
true.
grow
Yeah. Yeah.
together.
Yeah.
That's no longer a thing. So you
No.
have men who are able to earn as
Yeah.
they're hitting their 50s, and
Yeah.
women who have aged out. And men want something that's, hey, let's face it, men want something that's going to raise the flagpole. And a lot of women, when they get past 40, they can't do that.
Well, the thing is that okay, if you if and this is something Roller Tomasi actually evaluated back in, I'd say the 20, 2009, and OK Cupid actually confirmed it when they actually did their analysis. Okay, um, men's value. What are men value for? Right, uh, wisdom, knowledge, protection, provision. Right. Okay.
Mhm.
When it's agrarian, where you had to do physical labor, yeah, okay, your ability to earn was actually um, correlated with your body. Okay, in its modern environment, it's not. So when is your peak earning years? Okay, your peak earning years is between 35 and 55, right?
Mhm.
Okay, women's peak fertility is between 15 and 30, really between 15 and 25. Okay, so if you value for value, who's equivalent? A 35-year-old man and a 21-year-old woman, or
Right.
or a 40-year-old man and 21-year-old woman,
Mhm.
equivalent in value. Okay, women don't look at it that way. Okay, and that's what the women actually horrible evaluators of themselves. Okay, they think they're valued way more than they should be. So when I ask a woman, um, what does she want? That's what Kevin did for years. What do you want? Okay. The thing is, what are you getting? Okay. Are you qualified to actually get what you're asking for? And women overvalue themselves. They always do. Okay. Okay. You can't want a 6-figure guy that's good looking and no kids, and you got 4 kids by 3 different guys. It doesn't work that way. Okay.
And
You're allowed to evaluate of your looks, and like the assistant whose nieces are dating guys in jail. Why are you dating a felon? Because you can't get a regular guy that you like. Okay, you
and
don't
you know
qualify for them. Go ahead.
the funny thing about that is this: a lot of people don't understand how women like the or like the guy that mentioned his niece. And I'm going to go back to the Clinton era
Uh-huh.
welfare reform.
Right.
That took the gate off a whole lot of things. So when we talk about policy, people don't really truly grasp how big an impact that presidential policy can
Hmm.
have on the landscape of dating.
Right.
Uh, the Uncle D, Dennis Sterling, just talked about Texas is probably going to do away with some aspects of
No
no
fault.
fault
Fault
divorce.
divorce. Yeah.
People, it's getting real out here.
It-
All them
it-
decisions and things that you think you can do and not have to pay a price for it,
yeah.
you're gonna start paying a
Uh,
price.
white men cannot afford to give the white women freedom like they used to
Yeah.
because they're not having babies. Their society and their society of white society as they built it, you know, is dying, and it's
Mhm.
gonna be killed by the women if they don't kind of reverse this kind of liberal policies that they've given the women. Women are actually supposed to take the policy and take their freedom and work with it within the society. They haven't because maybe they're not able to. Maybe they're too selfish. Maybe biologically they're not capable of actually thinking outside their box. So that's what the white guy's gonna do. We're not gonna let you kill the society. We're actually gonna take these freedoms from you. That's what's happening, and black women
Yeah,
just happen to get swept up in that wave. Go ahead.
yes. Yeah, and to that, I've
Uh-huh.
always said that by their nature,
Yeah.
women are selfish and they're supposed to be for a particular reason.
For the children.
Because
Yeah.
yes, because
Yeah.
they can get pregnant, so they need
Yeah.
that assistance.
Yeah.
But you have to get to a point that if you don't give back,
Yeah.
there's going to be nothing for the people coming behind you.
And especially in the West, especially amongst black women, right?
Mhm.
The biggest pushback I get is when I evaluate a woman accurately because I used to be a photographer, so I know how to look at a woman and evaluate where she stands on the level between 1 and 10, almost within a half a point. And women get mad when I tell them they were 5. I think I'm a 10. You're not getting 10 results, sweetie.
And you know the funny thing, to be honest, I make about $38,000 a year.
Yeah.
I don't make a whole lot of money,
Yeah.
but you know what? The funny thing about it is, I don't have any concerns,
Yeah.
none whatsoever. If I want to go somewhere, I might incur a little debt because I might use a credit card, but I go. I got
What?
a house
Yeah.
that I'm paying for. I'm set.
Yeah. And in other words, by the nature of competition, have to evaluate themselves accurately, right? And I went over that with I forget who it was. I think it was DC. We're talking about men paying for it or actually using their money to gain access to a woman, right? And I said, if a guy's 5'5", he's not good looking, and he wants an 8, 9, or 10. He's got to use this. He's got to use what he needs to do to get access to that woman. If he's willing to actually use his money to get access to her, and that's what he wants, he's good with it, and I'm good with it with him. Okay, he knows what he needs to do to get her. He knows what he has, and women are not black women because we have coddled them, and white women have coddled them. They don't know how to accurately evaluate themselves. Asian women do. They do it all day long. Well, Asian mother will tell you, "Sweetie, you're not good looking. You better be intelligent. You better be nice. You better learn how to cook. Okay. You
Yeah,
better you better get the best man that you can get and stop trying to pretend and wait on something that you're not going to get."
and it's hard, especially when so many negative things, if you will, have been reinforced. It's just like Daphne used to say. And Daphne is one of the people usually appear in
Uh-huh.
our chat. She
Uh-huh.
said when she would go to her father
Yeah.
and tell her a story, he would say just the facts.
Yeah.
because a lot of times women will negate those things because it doesn't verify how they feel.
Yeah.
And that's getting to be dangerous because how you feel doesn't dictate how the world runs. It's like Kevin used to say, the world doesn't owe you understanding. As black men, we come into that
Yeah.
understanding
Yeah. Yeah.
real early in life.
And I always evaluate a woman, right? Because I got two daughters, right? And I
Mhm.
know how they roll, right? So telling me what women do is like, all the women in my family, because my whole family's a gynocracy, so I know how it runs. Okay,
Yeah.
I got two daughters. I know how this shit runs, right? And when a woman tells me that about her ex, okay, and he fooled her and he tricked her, and she didn't know how he was. I said, "Did you introduce uh, your ex to your family?" And what did they say? Well, no, I didn't introduce them. So you knew better. Because anybody that the woman is proud of, and I've been through, because I've been through this myself, right?
Mhm.
Because I speak well, okay?
Mhm.
I'm tall, I'm 6'1", okay? I was good looking when I was young, fairly good looking, right? I was intelligent, well spoken. First thing they would do is actually introduce me to their mother and their family and their clique, their five best friends, inside of a month. Because they were happy. I checked boxes for them. That's when you know. And the guys that they didn't weren't proud of, the family never met them.
Yeah.
How you have a baby and I not meet the guy that you had a baby by, and you've been carrying this kid for like 9 months. I never met the guy
Yeah.
because you're ashamed of him.
So folks, don't go into that. Oh, I'm just private. My family is too much drama.
No,
Uh, they just hiding that shit.
you're hiding that shit. That's a lie. And the second thing is, who did women always have a group of like cousin T-Tar calls them, right? A Fay group, female hierarchy group, right? They're five best friends. They're ride or dies, right? Okay. If you haven't introduced that guy to them five women or your family, you're ashamed of that guy.
Yeah.
So you knew who the guy was. You knew you shouldn't have been with him. So stop lying to yourself. Why'd you have a baby by a guy that you're ashamed of?
And the
Why?
funny thing about that
Go ahead.
statement is I remember, being in high school, and I don't want to give too much away because I don't want anybody knowing who I'm talking about explicitly. The female that I was dating met her mother
Uh-huh.
till this day, and I'm talking almost 30 years after.
Uh-huh.
Her mother
Yeah.
still adores me, and she resents the fact that her daughter treated me like she did.
Yeah. Because I mean she wasn't feeling you. That's okay. That's
No, the
okay.
mother, no, the daughter was.
I'm talking the daughter wasn't feeling you that way.
Well, it's hard for me to say because she would do certain things that would sabotage the relationship.
Yeah, she was. She there was no reason to reject you. You're a good guy. Everybody likes you. But the thing is she wasn't feeling you that way. So she needs a reason to get out. That's why she
Oh,
sabotaged it. Yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
okay.
And I'll give you an example about a dad, right? Okay. How come Ebony Williams don't know who her dad is?
I was unaware of that.
Because for years she didn't know. But your mother knows.
Oh,
Your mother had a baby by that guy. Your mother knows your dad is. How come your mother never told you who your dad was?
Shane,
Shame.
man, you know what? And this runs hand in hand with the little paternity nonsense I had last year.
Hmm.
I mean, to a T, because the woman's mother knows who I am. Her and
Hmm.
I have met.
Come on, Doc, jump in, man. Don't let us swim by herself.
Her mother met me. Like, there's been very few parents that I have ever met of a woman that I was dating
Hmm.
that didn't approve of me.
Yeah,
Very few.
yeah.
Even though I wasn't that man that earned that kind of money. Not that I can't. I just don't feel a need to.
I have never gone with a woman that had a dad that I didn't meet within the side of like a month.
Yeah.
Never, ever, ever. If that woman, if you are a proper guy for that woman, she will actually show you off to everybody. And if she does it, that means you're there for sex. Okay, you're there hitting pleasure. You're not that guy. Now she may get pregnant by you, she may even marry you, but there's a reason why she doesn't show you off to her family. And I've had from ghetto project chicks all the way up to chicks that are damn near famous. Okay,
Yeah.
there's a reason.
Especially if it's someone who's kind of family oriented and they always having family gatherings, but you're never you're never invited.
Oh man, man, I had well three at least three women that actually whose family actually begged me to marry their daughters. Begged me.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
three
it's
at least
funny.
three.
I remember when I was in high school. Of course, I was older because of my dropping out and things of that nature. Young female I was interested in. She was a freshman. I think I was a junior at the time. I already knew how I was rolling.
Mm-hmm.
I already knew what I was about. And I was like, I can't do that to this chick because she might be a virgin out, but hanging out with me, that ain't gonna last long.
Yeah.
That was just how I was getting down. And so I let her go. Now, come to find out, her senior year, she actually had gotten pregnant and dropped out of high school. When her and I finally got together some years later, she said,
Right.
why didn't you stay with me? My life would have been so much different. And I said, why do you think that is? She said, because you would have never been the type to get me pregnant and leave me. And she was absolutely correct.
Mm-hmm.
But that was also the reason why I didn't do that, because I didn't want to have a child outside of wedlock, even though I was engaged in those activities.
Right.
I was like, I've always said to myself, if I ever have a child and I'm not married, I'm going to stop dating until that child is of age.
Mm.
That's the one thing I can do to that child. Because this is something we talked about last week before you came on. I
Yeah.
asked Shaughnessy, I said, and I
Shaughnessy
told her,
need to come back on here. You just see her last comment. Shaughnessy got
And
slick with her.
the thing is, Shawnee, see, can I be blunt for a second?
yeah,
Okay, but for her, with her,
yeah,
okay, you know what your family likes, what's approved of. You don't like those kind of guys, okay? It's okay. It's okay. Admit who you are.
yes,
That's all. Admit
that's
who you are. It ain't you don't
that's
have the balls. You know that those guys are not approved by your family because you want a different kind of guy. So when it goes south, guess what? Ain't no crying. You already knew. I tell my
yeah,
daughters
that's
the same thing.
and that's part of the female, and this is what we're talking about when we talk about the female mate
Yeah,
selection and the
yeah,
female freedom to make those decisions.
yeah,
That's the con that comes along with
yeah,
it. The
yeah,
pro
yeah.
is you get to pick them.
Yeah, yeah, you know, if you know, if I speak well, I date a crazy ratchet hoe from the projects that can't that splits verbs. I can't bring her around my family. Okay, I already know that. If I get her pregnant, that's my fault. Okay,
Right.
for picking her.
And that's why brothers say what we do about brothers who get involved with a woman like that. We're like, hey, man, you picked her.
Yeah,
She didn't force you to have sex with her. You chose to
yeah,
run up in it.
yeah, yeah. But
That's
Sean. See, after you have a baby, okay, and I'm gonna tell you this from a guy that has to go through this shit. Okay, for the sake of the kid, for the sake of the baby, uh, we'll start the family will start coaching the guy to get along and fit into the family,
yeah, yeah.
even whether they like him or not. Initially, you might not like the guy, but guess what? You put him in the family, so they have to kind of include him. So they have to eventually they will get along. Eventually, it will. Initially, they probably wouldn't. Would that family have picked that guy for you if you had brought him before you got pregnant?
Right.
Would they? Would they? That's the question. Instead,
Because
instead of making do. Yeah.
I mean, because I see I mean, I always say it. I'm fortunate because of
Yeah,
the
that's what you say. It's not. It's not like that. Okay.
well, no, no, no,
Yes,
no. In terms of my family structure,
I'm talking about her.
oh,
Shaughnessy. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, bullshit, baby.
8 boys, three
I've been
girls.
doing this too long. It's bullshit. But go ahead. Go
Eight
ahead.
boys, three girls. No matter what our mother said, we always consulted with each other and bounced ideas off of each other. So even if we touched the live wire,
Hmm.
we knew that there was only certain things you wanted to do with the live wire, and you didn't want to plug that live wire into a circuit, because once you plug that live wire into a circuit,
Hmm.
it's ball game is over.
Right.
She controlling your life like she's a wrecking ball, and you can't do nothing but be a paper mache building. So
Yeah.
brothers, listen, I'm gonna tell you from a man that's dealt with a few women.
Hmm.
If you can't envision that woman in your life for a long time beyond the orgasm, don't fuck with her.
Yeah.
I'm telling you this as a 51-year-old man. Don't fuck with her, because this is, and people think I'm crazy when I say this. I tell women date for sex. I tell men date for friendship. And people say,
Mm.
why? I said, because you as a man know that if you can coexist with this woman with your clothes on,
Yeah.
you are gonna be set. Conversely, for women, if you can't deal with him beyond sex because you're going to be real particular about who you lay down with, then you don't want him. You don't want him. And this is the thing that we always talking about, gaming up men. And you talk about this, BGS, but sometimes we have to game up the women's. Acknowledgement to Star. She's always dropping knowledge on my Facebook post about how to teach women and how to guide them.
The hardest thing with women with women is getting to the bottom line and getting to the actual truth and getting around the whole story. They try to weave around it.
Yeah.
Be honest with yourself. That's my thing. Be honest with yourself. No matter what it is, you like rough and tumble dudes and bad dudes. That's what you like. Admit it.
Yeah. I mean,
And don't stop making excuses for it. I like no good niggas. Okay, just like dudes like crazy ass hoes with good pussy. Okay,
yeah. Yeah.
I'm one of those guys. I like crazy ass hoes with good pussy. I can't marry them bras. Okay, I'm not gonna get them pregnant. Okay, I know better than that. The thing is, you have to admit who you are.
No, it's not. It's not about the restraining order. The restraining order comes from here.
Yeah.
Hey, Manuel.
Yeah.
So back to the baby father thing. I was just always scared of my father and my grandfather.
Why?
So and then also I was pre-med, knocked up my first. I had my first son when I was 19. So
Mhm.
I
Yeah,
was scared
Mhm.
all around. So
Okay,
definitely wasn't
how you pre-med get knocked up at 19, baby?
in college.
What?
So my first semester in school,
Hmm. It's called birth
got
control. How you
pregnant.
get knocked up? How you get knocked up?
I mean, how everybody does. What you mean?
No, 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 no. They have birth control. They got condoms. How you get knocked up?
You know,
Yeah, it feels good, doesn't it?
I guess
Uh
it
huh.
was
Why
a
him?
real
Why him?
not. I mean, not
Come,
like
come.
that.
No,
I didn't
no,
mean
no,
like.
no, no, no,
So
no, no,
it
no.
wasn't a thought. It wasn't when you say why him. We
Yeah.
were. I was 18 and
Mm-hmm.
19 doing 18 and 19-year-old things carelessly.
Uh
Um,
huh. Mm-hmm.
but I don't have any. I will say this. I don't have any huge regrets other than we are not actually together,
That's not the
but
question.
he takes care.
That's not the question I
So
asked.
we're
Why you
good.
no? Why you get pregnant and have a baby by him? Why?
Cause that's I mean,
What was it about him? That's what I'm trying to say.
I wouldn't say. I don't know what you mean. Like,
And
what did I liked him?
no, was he a one night stand?
No, 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 no,
Was he your boyfriend?
no, not that either.
So
He
so
was,
how long before you got pregnant that you had been dealing with him?
um, I want to say about not long enough. It was
No, no,
very
no, no,
short.
no, no.
I want to say 4 months.
That's long enough. Why
Yeah.
him?
You
Why
think
him?
so?
Yeah.
Yes.
So I be having a baby?
No, no.
Yes.
Sheesh.
You
No,
had a
no, no.
baby
It's
for?
not.
No,
It's
wait a
not.
minute. Hold on a second. Wait a minute. You had a baby for him. Didn't you have a baby for him?
No, absolutely, and I agree with everything that you're saying. But
Wait,
I don't necessarily, I
wait.
don't necessarily do abortions. I don't do
No, no, no.
abortions.
Was he your first? Let's put it that way.
I don't do
Was
abortions.
he was he
No,
your was he your first?
no,
So all the how many? What order was he? Was he first, second, third, fourth? What was he?
second,
Second, right?
Hold on,
second.
Okay.
hold on. Wait a minute. I got a quick question.
Yeah,
How old are you now? How old are you now?
I'm 31.
And you got pregnant when you were 19.
Yes,
That's what y'all asking about?
No, no, no,
yes.
no. She's making a point
I'm making a
Uh,
about
point. I'm,
about
I'm, I'm making a point because the thing is I got two daughters, right? I got two daughters, okay,
mhm.
and I know, okay, I know what you're told, okay, and I know you're young enough where birth control and condoms are freely available, and you're smart. Why him?
Well, I wasn't on birth control at the time. I had been on previously and prior to. I'm not even.
Hold on,
And I'm gonna
wait.
tell you, I have a lot of love-hate relationship with birth controls. I was on it from 12 because of menstrual issues. I was passing out at school. By the time I turned 16, no, by the time I was turned 16, I was, and this is under my parents' care as well. The birth.
Wait, hold on, wait. Hold on, wait.
What?
And this is not a question to you because you were 19. So
I got daughters.
Wait.
I got
No,
daughters.
it's not bullshit. I don't have to. Wait. If y'all gonna ask me a question, let me talk.
I'm talking to him.
Hold on. If y'all gonna ask me a question, y'all have to
let her talk.
Don't let this young face fool you. I'm a grandfather. I have a 23-year-old, a 19-year-old, a 17-year-old.
That's
So
fine.
what I'm asking, I'm not talking to you. What I'm asking is, I'm just trying to get an understanding. Do we really expect 19-year-olds to be just making the best decisions?
Yes.
With cooperation?
Yes.
I would agree. Wait. Time out. I agree with BGS on this. I knew damn well better. I knew better. No.
I'm not saying you didn't know better. Wait. Hold on.
I knew better. I knew well enough to make the right.
But damn, calm it
I
down.
knew well enough. I will take responsibility and accountability. I knew well enough because of my situation, because of the birth control, because of what it did. I should not have been doing what I've done. Even after that, I went 5 years. Wait. Let me speak. Let me finish. No. Let me finish. So much so, we have 2 children. My second child, my daughter, I'd been doing the rhythm method for 5 years. Literally 5 years. She came 5 years later. That's it. That's all. I knew better. I knew no matter what age I was, I knew what came with that. And it kept me very scary throughout high school. Thank God. I don't want to say the only reason, but one of the big reasons that I wasn't out there like that was because I knew it wasn't no birth control.
Do you think majority of 19-year-old girls, because y'all ain't fucking women, I don't care what nobody tells you. You think majority of 19-year-old girls are as you say you knew better. Do you think majority of 19-year-old girls actually just know better and are going to do better? Do you really believe that?
Yes.
What I will say in my group of friends, my kids are easily 7, 8 years older than all of my other friends' kids. So yeah.
Okay. I think I'm phrasing the question wrong. Okay, majority, because yes, majority won't end up in these situations. Pregnancies at a young age are a minority thing. It's not a majority thing anymore. So we could clear the air on that. Well, I'm talking about overall. I'm talking about overall decision making of young people. Let's take pregnancy off the table. Do you think overall all decision making at teenagers? Do you realize how stupid y'all are at teenagers?
Absolutely. I agree.
Stupid.
Hold on. Relax.
Hold on.
Let me just add this too. So a lot of it seems contradictory when we say most people, the brain, you don't develop until you're 25 years old, as far as making decisions, as far as the brain.
And impulsive and being impulsive.
That's controversial.
It has been.
How many people disagree?
It has been. Yeah.
That's controversial to say that? Why is that controversial? Because we won't accept it?
Disagree.
Because
can you turn your mic down?
Every place else in the world can do
Give me a
this,
second.
right? Every place in the world can do this.
Okay, I'm coming down there.
Every place.
Give me 1 second. I'll be back.
Go ahead. All right.
Turn your mic down when you come back.
Yeah.
This is what we're talking about. A lot of people are incredulous to a lot of things that they don't think are covered.
But listen, I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna keep it a whole stack. I knew daggone well better. I knew what I should have been doing, what I shouldn't have been doing, and that's why I was scared. I ain't talked to my father really my whole daggone pregnancy. Why? Because I'm not going really. He knows that I know better. He know who he knew he raised to. So I'm embarrassed, but I didn't. It's one of those things as a young child as well. You don't really understand the support of a parent, Because I went around that whole roundabout. I was just like, oh my God, like, he ain't gonna talk to me. I ain't his friend no more. He not my friend no more. So we
Yeah,
just gonna lay low.
yeah.
But
You,
he's never, when I had my son, he moved to Baltimore specifically to help
it's
me out.
it's too late. But the thing is, you already made your decision as an adult. He's got to respect
Hmm.
it, and as long as you're willing to take accountability, he can respect it. So
Yeah,
that's
but
gonna
I
move
just
past
didn't
it.
know that
Because
him not meeting my father.
I had I had to do the same thing. I went through the same shit. Okay, same shit, exact
Yeah,
same shit.
him not meeting my father though tied in with that being scary and blah
Yeah,
blah 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 blah. Though
yeah,
it wasn't nothing about that. Him and my father, my father liked him. My father was
yeah,
cool with him. Never
yeah.
had an issue. Never had beef.
Okay,
None of that. My family is cool on that. But
yeah.
yeah,
As long as he's cool and he's respectful, you can get past it. Because I
and
had
take
to.
care of his kids and yeah, like
Yeah, yeah, yeah. As long as you do what you're supposed to do, you might not have been my first choice, but guess what? I had to respect her choice at some
Yeah.
point.
right.
You carried it that you went 40 weeks for that guy,
Mhm.
so you had to respect it. You might
Well,
not
I went
like it, but
40
that's
weeks for
okay.
myself.
Yeah, okay.
All right,
That's-
let me get in here real quick. Manuel, just so you understand, because I know you might have gotten into this late. We're talking about female choice
yeah,
and how it relates to them making decisions. And this is something I said
Right. Yeah.
at the top of the broadcast is we don't believe in giving information to the younger generation for whatever reason. And then when they make these decisions, because in Western culture, they're free to make them good, bad, or indifferent, the outcome. So when the outcome is
18.
unfavorable, they're looking for somebody to blame or say, I didn't have a father, or I didn't have this, or this wasn't given to me. So this is what we're talking about in the context of, just so you're up to speed, because I know the angle that you're coming from, and you're not wrong, and I see the
Yeah,
intentions
I
nature.
want that frames it because let me tell you, man, I 100% agree with the lack of information that young people are given. Again, for whatever reason. I mean, we can blame the lack of. Listen. I won't poo poo it. I won't dismiss the lack of a parent or the
Yeah,
lack of elders being in place to give the information. I won't dismiss that. Um, so it's a thing. I mean, my thoughts about that are okay. Being that we know that a lot of guys didn't have dads and a lot of girls didn't have dads and some moms were dysfunctional and some families and villages were dysfunctional. How do we spin that forward to the next generation of young people that are in the same situation? Because are they going to listen? Are they going to listen to this?
no,
Because
They're gonna pick and choose.
no, 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 they
We
won't.
always pick and
no.
choose what we decide.
Let me
We pick
segue
and
this in.
choose
Hold on.
what we decide to listen to. You
Let
can
me
only
segue.
hope
Hold
and
on.
pray they go right.
Yeah,
Let me segue this into what we're talking about now. This is where the documentary of Freaknik becomes very important, because kids may not listen, but they certainly will see. And if they see that their mothers are pensive about what they did in their youth when they were their age, what do you think the girls are going to do?
you know what
and are doing and are doing.
you
They're
you
not
know what
Not
quiet.
necessarily though, because
you, you know what would help them girls
What?
if they moms were honest and
Well,
said, you
yes,
know
we know
what,
that.
you
hmm
know what,
I
I was
agree.
buying it up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
That's what happened. That
yes.
would help
I,
young
I
people
agree.
because as a person who's worked with
That's what helped me a
young
lot.
teenagers, the one thing that helps young people is when we step off of this old people pedestal and we can come down and say, hey, I've been there, done that. I got the stripes to prove it.
Yeah,
Look right here, look right here.
yeah,
The problem with elders before my father, I would say before my father's generation, the silent generation, they stayed on a pedestal. They wasn't telling you about their childhood. They wasn't telling you what they did. It was them boomers, them reckless boomers that have now come full circle. And if you got one like my father who tells you, bro, I didn't have it all together until y'all came along or right before. So you got to come off the pedestal and talk to young people and let them know I was young and dumb too. Then they hear you because young people, if they don't identify with you, they're not listening.
And sometimes they do.
yeah.
Sometimes they do.
You're absolutely
Sometimes,
right because that's what
it,
That's
it,
why. That's
sometimes they
that's
do.
why I say, did you bring the guy home? to your family. You were
Mm.
proud of him, right? If you weren't, guess what? You knew
That
better.
was. It's not. It wasn't
She
about
was
proud of
scared.
him. I wasn't proud
She was
of
scared.
my
She was.
decision
There was that. That's why you didn't actually tell your
and
father.
being pregnant
Why?
and being
You
pregnant.
you knew better. You knew better. You knew better.
Person. It
That's why.
wasn't
See,
about the person. I couldn't. I got lucky with the person. I'm using this word specifically lucky because it wasn't a plan like, oh, this is my boyfriend. This is gonna be this, that, and the third. No, we were
Okay.
just doing what we were doing. I
Yeah, but
happened to
most
get
of
because
us on the
lucky
you
most of us
introduced
on
him
the
as a
panel,
friend.
yeah, most of us on the panel have had
because we are
relationships like that. That's
we
not
were
new.
friends. We weren't
Nope.
actually. We didn't operate. Me and the kid's father
You
didn't
you
operate as a couple until we were
you
like.
you you,
So
you weren't friends. You had sex, baby. You're not friends. Okay.
yeah, no, I get what you're. I get what you're saying in that aspect. But what I'm saying is the nature of our relationship and what we both knew our relationship to be.
Mm-hmm.
We were not in a relationship actually other than co-parenting until my son was almost 2 years old.
And there's just so people
It's
understand.
literally our family that was just like, excuse me, so what are y'all? What do y'all do? What are y'all like? Are
But that's the
y'all
thing.
in or are y'all out?
You had your sex buddies that weren't supposed to be
Yeah,
parents.
I
That's
mean,
what it
like
were.
Shauna, so you have to keep in mind that even Manuel, I think Manuel might be the youngest between David, BGS, and myself. I'm 51. I think Manuel's in his mid 40s. You have to keep in
I'm
mind that what
60.
you are
I'm
doing,
60.
yeah. You have to keep in mind that what you're doing is not wrong. We all have engaged in that in some way, shape,
Oh
or
yeah,
form.
yeah.
What we're saying is this: the reason why we didn't avail that person to our family members because we didn't
We
want to
knew it was
know him. But
wrong. Yeah,
once you pop,
yeah.
you don't have a choice. I think it's
But
something
that's
that's
why I said because he comes from a good family, he
Uh
has
huh.
good family support, blah blah blah. Same on this side. So again, that's why I said I got lucky in
yes.
that decision.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
absolutely. But people do.
Pick.
But the fact that you were fortunate in who you were dealing with
Mm-hmm.
doesn't outweigh the fact that you didn't introduce that individual and you didn't set up something more permanent.
When did your family finally meet him?
At the baby shower.
Baby shower.
And that's what we're talking about. If there was something more substantial,
My
he
family.
would have met
So
them
well,
before then.
let's say this
You
too.
cannot
I
make
want to
this
add
shit
this.
up.
I want to add this too. This is a very important fact. So when I say family, like I grew up in Baltimore, Maryland, with my aunt and my uncle. So they
Uh
had
huh.
already met him. My sister had already met him. Just like you said, the group of five friends, they had already met him.
Okay.
Majority of my
Okay.
family lives in
Okay.
New York.
Okay.
So it wasn't until we had that my baby shower, although I was living in Baltimore for 5, 6 years, my baby shower was in New York. So that's when
Okay.
he actually
Oh,
met
okay.
my
Your father.
family.
Oh, your family. Okay.
My family altogether,
But,
everybody.
but your circle. I'm talking about your inner family, like your mother, father, and stuff like that.
Passed away. Yeah, my father, my grandmother. He didn't meet to the baby shower, but as far as my aunt and my uncle, they
Uh
knew
huh.
him
Okay.
immediately.
Okay. All right. So you weren't ashamed of him. Okay, that's fine. That's where you know.
Let me tap in real quick just to share this part. So my firstborn,
Mm-hmm.
how old is that dude? 23 now. And I'm not playing. I don't make this shit up. I'm just being honest. Nobody met his mom until until I want to say until the night the baby was on the way was the
Why?
night my father met his mom. Now my brothers had met, but
Why? Why?
oh, I was in hot dude. I was a whole wreck, dude. My whole life was a wreck
Okay.
at 18, 17,
It,
18.
it,
You
okay.
it wasn't it wasn't a shame. We basically were both
Come
of
on, man.
us were sitting there
Tell the
like,
truth.
what do
Tell the
we do?
truth. Tell you the
Right.
truth. Why? You were ashamed of what you did. Otherwise,
No,
you'd
no.
been in
See,
money.
no. It was.
Yeah, it
Let me tell
was.
you something.
Yeah, it
If that
was.
would have been no, if the girl being pregnant was the only thing that I had going on at that time, that would have been okay. I had three. I had a trifecta that I'm telling you. It was the
Triple
worst
whammy.
trifecta. It was.
I,
I'm not graduating on time. I just totaled my dad's minivan, the only vehicle in the house, and I got somebody pregnant. And my family
yeah,
just flew down to see me graduate to find
yeah,
out.
yeah,
So,
yeah,
but
yeah.
but but to what you're saying, I hear what you're saying because had she been somebody that I was taking seriously,
Right.
she would have been introduced
Yes. Yeah.
Normally, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
She would have been because even to this day, there's been
Mhm.
two, two women who have met my father, two women who have met my grandmother, one that's met my mother. There's two women.
Uh-huh.
One of the ex, her last name is Hill. She just didn't change it, and the current, her last name is Hill. If I
So
introduced you to my
So the
family,
baby
yeah.
daddy.
So
if I introduced you to my family, you was in there like swimwear.
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
yeah.
So it holds true to what I'm saying.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. If you don't bring them home, that
Yeah,
uh,
exactly. That's all I'm
uh,
saying. That's all I'm saying.
that's
You
something
know,
questionable.
so in other words, you know what your family likes, your do's and don'ts. From the time that you turn 12 years old, you know the do's and don'ts. My kids did.
But hey,
You know,
listen to this.
they know who to bring home and who not to bring home. They
Listen to
Right.
know.
this. Listen
Yeah,
to this. A lot of times, family is judgmental, but they're not in a better boat or better position
Very
to
true.
say anything.
that's true.
So
So
how does
so
Yeah. See,
so if they're
I didn't have that situation, but
so,
you're right. You're
so
right.
if so if they're a wreck, how come we don't bring them home? If he's a wreck and they're a wreck,
I was
they're
just
in the
about to
same
say, if
boat.
the bar is already set in hell, then
Yeah, yeah,
You ain't got nothing to worry about.
and nothing to worry about. And I've seen them do it.
Yeah,
Stringer guys through. Okay.
yeah. The funny thing about what you just said, Manuel, is I think back. My mother's been deceased for almost 3 years. I think back of,
Same for me.
um,
3 years. Same for me.
yeah, okay. Um, very few females that I have dealt with have met my mother, not because I've been ashamed, but because I knew I wasn't going to marry them.
Right.
So,
That,
Right.
I
that,
was
that,
the type of
that,
person that,
that, that's your bar. That's your bar.
well, yes, because my mother, despite my mother, and I've told the story about my mother, despite my mother being like that, my mother would have told me in the heartbeat, look, get away from that bitch.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And my mother's old school. She's silent
My,
generation.
my bar was the marriage bar. My bar was the moment I realized I was wanting to buy a ring, and
Mm-hmm.
I would have made that decision 7, 8 months, maybe a year in advance. That's when you meet the family.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You weren't gonna come around the family and
Yeah.
they gonna say this is just
Yeah.
another one. Oh, is his new girlfriend or the other girlfriend or another girlfriend? No.
You don't want them blowing up the spot.
You were embraced. You would be embraced by those hills because for me to introduce you, that
Yeah.
meant you had to be
Yeah.
somebody.
You passed the
Right.
test. Yeah. Yeah.
so
Yeah.
was the scales balanced with you going on to her side of the family? Did you meet
Oh,
them?
absolutely. Yeah, but
Okay.
now see, it took maybe for me to meet my wife's mom. She met mine first because geographically I was already in the same city.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So my family was scattered a little bit, and hers was right there. So I met hers first. It took it, but for me to meet her son, shit, it might have been, I, it might have been maybe a year or maybe a little bit less than that before I
No,
actually was introduced to him. Again, because we both had that same standard. Like
you, you,
we wasn't
you,
nobody meeting nobody until they was somebody.
until you're sure that this
Yeah.
Absolutely,
yeah.
absolutely.
We have kids
Yeah,
that's different. Have kids that's
yeah.
different. Yeah. The thing is, I was been the litmus test for my family. If he passes dad's test, he's good.
Yeah. And I
Yeah.
think
From my son to my daughters, if he passed dad's test, he's good.
and I think that's a lot of what we're missing, especially younger women. And we can blame society, we can blame the culture, but we need to be able to give women something to use as a barometer. So as
Do we need to bring shaming back?
Yes,
it's not so
it's
much
never
saying.
left. Yes,
Well,
it
yes.
never left. It never left.
I mean, like I'm talking about full force. I mean,
Yes,
we
yes,
got it a little bit now, but
yes.
I think we
No,
might. Yeah, I
yes,
agree.
yes.
I agree. I agree.
Even with my baby shower at 19, my grandmother and my father made it very clear that it was their baby shower. They were celebrating life and not my decision. They made it very
Right.
clear.
Oh,
Like
Yeah, yeah.
this is our it was an open bar at my baby shower and everything. That shower was not for me. None of us were of legal age to drink.
Mm.
okay, okay.
Very
Yeah, I
much
was gonna,
so made clear.
We're gonna celebrate this baby, but thing is, we still don't like what you did.
yeah.
My little
Right.
cousins, we had a mini meeting at my daggone baby shower. Like, excuse me, hey, everybody, look, we not doing this, okay?
Hmm.
Don't get no ideas. Don't be Mm-mm. This is not the standard, okay?
Yeah, because you know what
See,
happens
at
is
least, well, at least you didn't double down. See, my issue with women, with a lot of young women of today, is when you double down on the fuckery. See, I can give you a pass for a mistake you make at maybe 18, 19, 20, early 20s, pre 25. And this is where my my grace with pre 25 comes in. If you knew better and you made a mistake pre 25, I'm like, okay, all right, you made a mistake. And if you don't double down on that mistake, you learn that lesson, we good.
yeah.
It's these dummies that's doubling down and tripling down. When you come to me and tell me they quadrupling, they got a 4 for 4. They're Wendy's value meal out here with 4 kids by 4 different baby daddies, and I have no respect for that. There's no conversation or dialogue for me to have with them.
I never understood, like, if I meet somebody, they're like, oh, well, how many kids you have? 2. They're like, how many baby daddies? And I'm like, 1. And they're like, yes. And I'm like, well, damn, what the
Yeah,
what
Because
level?
the bar
it's
dropped so
become
low.
the bar is low.
The bars dropped so low.
I was just about to say, it's literally a series of questions. How far are they apart? Once they find out 5 years, they like, oh, they got the granddaddy? Yeah, yes, thank God. And I'm like, dang, what?
Because
I understand it when I listen. I understand it because when I moved to Dallas and I met my wife, I was new to Dallas, so nobody knew me. So I got hit with all the questions. And one of the things she asked me, we were getting to know each other, and I had 3 children from a marriage. And she said, well, okay, you got 3 children. I said, yeah. She said, they both all by the same woman. I was like, no, my son was born. Then after that, got to my 20s, got married, then had my 2 daughters. And I thought she was being relatively judgmental. Now, I'm so new to the dating game at this stage that I didn't understand her questioning, so I felt some kind of way. She's asking how many baby mamas I got, how much child support, and if I'm on child support, and who do I live with. When I was asked those questions, I was insulted. I'm like, what do you mean? Where do I live? Who do I live with? Like, I'm an adult male and I got children, and so that means I have my own place, and I was married, and if I'm trying to date you, then I can afford this. But I guess in the dating arena at the time, I'm green, I'm new into it. I don't realize all the bullshit that's out there on both sides.
What have
Men
I been
and
talking
women.
about with the 100 questions, David? What have I been talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's difficult on both sides. And so for women to avoid the fuck boys, they gotta ask.
No, they don't. They're not
So
fuck
they
boys.
gotta ask a few
They know they fuck boys.
Not only that, you gotta see. You gotta see,
Yeah,
because I dated a guy that made money. He made a significant amount of money. He was doing very well. He had a child. And then I'm like, yo, I don't never hear him say, no, I gotta go get my son. No, I gotta do this for my son. And I'm just like, yeah, I don't think he take care of his kid. Like, yeah, no, I can't deal with you because I don't ever see you cut out time for your child. 6 months by now, I should have been at one point gotten a boot, or we had to reschedule because of your kid. It just wasn't given.
Yeah, well, that's the relationship they had with the mother, So and sometimes it's like that.
Relationship with the well.
Yeah, you can say that. You can say that. Okay, you can say
when
that.
women more often. It's good to hear that women are. Well, when I do hear women that are asking the hardline questions, because so many women take this "I just want to be cool, I want to be chill" approach. If you give us men the "I want to be cool, I want to be chill" approach, we're gonna be cool and we're gonna be chilling. We ain't gonna give you no more than what you asked for. If the path of travel is easy, we're gonna take the easiest path of travel. Why would I give you more than what you're asking for? If you ask for the bare minimum, I'm giving you the bare minimum. If you're a bare minimum, bruh, you put in a category.
Everybody's bare minimum is different. Okay.
Whatever the bare minimum is, if you're a bare minimum bid, I'm putting you in a category other than.
Ask Ebony Williams about bare minimum for 30
Listen, don't get me started on her because she can't get what she wants. See, I got a problem with that. There's 2 sides of that whole dialogue. It's fine if you want that man. But when I watched the entire interview and she said in the very beginning she's never had a man to provide and protect for her, I'm like, ma'am, you need to quit talking about what you want then, and you need to go get what you can get, because if you've never had what you want, that means you don't qualify for it.
True. And
There's no way you've been on this planet 40 something years and you've never had that.
And she,
Right.
and
You don't qualify.
You don't know what it's
she-
like. You don't know
and
what
she's
it's
Miss
like.
North Carolina. And she's Miss North Carolina. So yeah, she's a beauty queen.
Yeah, you don't qualify for that because you could have had that by now. So
Yeah,
you don't qualify for it.
It's been offered. She just never took it.
Yeah.
Well, and
I mean-
the real funny thing about it is this: she put herself in a position to never be wanted by a man who can't provide. The moment she said that her fiance should have chose her over her kids, she let the world know that she don't give a damn about anybody else's kids. That's a surefire way to alienate men.
Yep.
Surefire way.
The dude makes like $20 million a year. He's actually CEO of Pincus Warburg, one of the biggest firms on the planet. Okay, you can't dictate shit to him.
Not a thing.
Yeah, you're not Mrs. You're not Mrs. What's the name of the guy? Cartwright. You're not Mrs. Cartwright.
Oh, yeah,
You're not her. He lets you know you're not her.
yeah. There's very few women alive who can dictate to a man what she's going to do or not going to do in the terms and context of a relationship.
Man,
That's
listen.
the way it is.
No, here's the problem that women are running into. The type of men that they respect and want,
They don't qualify.
they don't know how to deal with. They don't know how to deal with it.
They don't
I was just
qualify
about
for
to say, yeah, because they
You know
have
what I'm
to
saying?
want. You have to make them want those things, want to do those
Yeah,
things.
you don't even want the man that will let you walk over him. But then you want the man that you can't walk over, but you try to walk over him. It's a lose situation. The one thing about that whole video that I extrapolated from it, forget Ebony. We were listening to everything Iyanla was saying.
Yeah.
Everything she was saying should have been, that's not gonna go viral. No, the lesson ain't gonna go viral.
Right.
The bullshit goes viral.
And
What should have been viral is everything Iyanla was saying was something that Iyanla should have heard in her 20s, that a lot of women should have heard in their 20s. When she broke that part down and said, there's stages for women, and if you don't get what you need to get out of your 20s in your 20s, you're going to be trying to get it in your 30s, and if you don't get it in your 30s, she broke it down, and there was so many women that missed all of that because they got caught up on the bus driver analogy that she was trying to use. I'm like, y'all missed it. Y'all missed that whole blessing in that conversation.
But this is what I was trying to tell you about, that they didn't want to hear that. I knew what you were saying when we were going back and forth, and that's what I was trying to get you to understand. They don't care.
Yeah, I don't care.
It doesn't validate them.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Do y'all, let me tell you, do any of y'all listen to it's a white woman. She has an amazing podcast. Susan Vinker. Man, look.
I've heard her, yeah.
She cooks on the other side. So she speaks very general, but she's cooking.
Yeah.
And it's so many, like, they need to live, because the way what she's talking about, if more young women would listen, even me and my wife have these conversations, and she's on our side of this conversation. And I've asked my wife, I said, why you don't have these conversations with women, and why can't y'all? And she was just very honest. She said, I can't.
Yeah.
I don't got the energy. You can't fight them. Y'all gotta understand, my wife was a flight attendant and went viral for telling women to stop wearing bonnets and pajamas in airports.
I remember her, yes.
My wife went viral for saying that stuff. So they were like, no. So she was like, did I say something wrong? I said, no, the problem is you said something right. And they don't want to hear it.
They're out of control.
They don't want to hear it.
This is what you always talk about when you talk about black male oh geez, what the hell do you call it? Black male labor. Black male emotional labor.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. The thing is what she was trying to tell her is that the way that feminism has set up this economy, right? Okay.
Who you talking about? Vinker?
No, I'm talking about Iyanla.
Alana.
Oh, I'll say because Susan had the same thing, like with the way feminism has set it up this economy.
Yeah.
y'all can't afford to no longer live like y'all could have lived. Now y'all need to relocate to parts of the United States. Like Susan Vinker broke it down, and she went all the way to the economics. She said now a two-parent household is necessary in major metro areas.
Okay.
You now you need to relocate to
Well,
Nashville.
well, the thing is, there's 4 books that Second Wave Feminists has printed out, right, about provider females. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. You have now taken provider roles from men. Okay. You've been put in the role of a provider. You have to act like one. If you don't, it's over. You cannot make $100,000 a year and ask for another person that makes the same. That's not your job. Take the guy take the bus driver, and take the guy that's a teacher, or take the guy that's a postal worker. That's your job now. You provide, because you took
But
those
that
jobs. Now hold on a second. You took those jobs from men that could have done the same thing, because men will do this. Now it's your job to actually do the same thing that he would do. That's what she's
they
trying to
can't. Yeah, they can't. But
they have to.
their
They have to.
biological imperative overrides that.
They
See,
have to.
they
They have
they
to.
but they can't. They
They
never
have
will.
to.
They're gonna
They have
spin
to.
their wheels until
Listen to me.
oblivion. They never will.
Listen to me.
What he's
Listen
saying,
to me.
Manuel, is this.
If you don't, society will come apart. That's what's happening right now. It's coming apart.
That's why
they have to.
Look at all the laws that they're starting to roll back. They've already attacked abortion.
Mhm.
Texas is already in the middle, and you're there attacking no fault divorce.
Yeah.
This is going to snowball.
Yeah.
And the only ones that are going to lose are women. They're already looking at the numbers of working age men not working.
Yeah, I just posted about that. I just posted that men are just like, okay. I'm chilling.
It's all over the world. It's not just here.
So it sounds like they're
It's
trying
all over the world. All over the world.
Sound like they're trying to rain on their parade.
Why you think they shut down Andrew Tate?
Oh gosh,
that's why. He said I'm gonna lead the beta male revolution. Okay, you don't have to take this shit. And these guys getting behind him.
And they're fearful.
Yes,
this is the first time that men have actually gotten a hold of the mic in the public sphere.
Yeah.
And they're saying, we're not going to take it anymore.
Yeah.
Literally, we're the Twisted Sister song, we're not going to take it as the anthem.
Yeah.
And the funny thing about that is this started out in hip hop in the 1990s with groups like 3 Times Dope making songs like Funky Dividends. And then you had Kusi coming back with She Got It, The Glamorous Life. That was the battle then. We just didn't recognize it.
You know what my recommendation to men is? See, dealing with women is almost like dealing with children to a degree. I hate to say it. And what bothers, and even I venture even to say, and this is going to be extremely misogynist, and I'll get blasted for it, but I'll say it.
Take it.
Even to a degree, like dealing with a pet, you ignore them.
No,
you don't address them at all. You leave them to the wild and let them fend for themselves. Because see, having a conversation to those that can't hear and ain't listening, it's a waste. I have been telling brothers for a long time now.
Uh-huh.
You find the one that rolls with you, and you roll with her, and leave the rest to the wilderness. They're not. Don't try to even save them.
But that's not the problem. Okay, it's societal wide. It's gonna come apart. Okay.
Let it come apart. We will be okay.
No, you won't.
We will be fine.
No, you won't.
I will. No, I will.
No, you won't.
Listen, I'm 40. I'm 40. My life expectancy says if I'm going to time out before I got to deal with the bullshit.
No, you won't.
I'm pretty sure.
No, you won't.
Yeah.
The supply chain in this modern environment is so finicky. We learned that under COVID.
Right.
It will come apart very easily. Okay.
Even if another COVID hits, I'll be fine.
No, you're not hearing me. You're not hearing me. You gotta hear
me and mine.
Oh, you got to hear me. Okay. Your electricity, your food, your water, your clothing, all that is on a very long supply chain.
Oh, of course.
If it gets interrupted any place in the world, it's going to affect you. Okay.
Y'all wait. Okay, we. Now you're getting into the weeds.
No. This is what's happening right now. Yeah. It's happening right now.
Wait, hold on. Wait. See, okay.
Hold on. Let me ask you this question: how long can you go without refueling your car?
Well, I got 3 of them, so it depends. What you?
Pick one.
Easy. A week. The best one,
Mm-hmm.
a week and a half.
That's how long you gonna have before the park start coming to your door.
Let me tell you something, man. Listen, let me tell you what I know because I'm an insider here.
Okay.
When COVID happened,
Uh-huh.
everybody said martial law.
Oh, I knew that wasn't gonna happen.
I was the only person that said shut the hell up. There is no martial law. They told me all these collapses was gonna happen, but with what I do for a living, I would be one of the first to know. And I was telling people, no, this is not happening. I had my aunt. My aunt came to me. She brought me a piece of paper, and it looked like a document
Okay.
that said something about martial law coming. I looked at the document with my expertise with what I do for a living, 17 years, been on the military side of things, and I just know these things. I looked at the document with one look, and I said, this ain't official. Go ahead and shred it. It's a waste of your time, auntie.
Okay.
I'm not saying that things can't happen. I'm just saying that if they do happen, men will be okay. Now, women,
Okay.
single women,
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll give you an example. Right? This is in San Francisco, right? They're having problems getting salt packets to restaurants, okay?
Mhm.
During COVID, okay? That's just supply chain. That's how long it is. They couldn't
Oh,
get it
yeah.
from China. Remember masks at the beginning of COVID?
Yeah.
We don't produce
Oh,
them.
yeah.
They don't produce them here.
Oh, yeah.
Where they come from?
China.
Come from China. China wasn't producing them. That's your supply chain, amongst other things, okay? All
And
these
then when the truck stopped, when the truck stopped,
as up top, the ports are backed up, all this kind of stuff. Supply chain. What happens when it happens for real instead of just delayed?
Then that's what I was talking about. With the gas.
So again, if those type of things happen, there's no doubt in my mind. We nobody can argue one thing and for sure. The only people that would survive such a thing are those that are paired with men, women that are paired with men, and men that are men. Though that's it. That's where your survival is gonna come. Because I mean, I don't. We know how the world was built. The world was built off of labor, and so if anything ever goes dark, then my wife asked me what's the one thing I'm scared of, and I thought about it a long time, right? And I said an electromagnetic pulse would scare the shit out of me.
Yeah.
And she was like, well, she was like, why? I said, because I told her, I said, because I don't have a vehicle right now that if an electromagnetic pulse hit,
That will run.
that it would continue to ride. I don't have one. I got rid of the oldest. I got rid of it a long time ago.
Okay.
You know, I blew it up. It blew up a long time ago. I said, so we're in an era now where we're depending on so much of this stuff.
Yes.
That
Yes. Yes.
So your point. Yeah. I get your point. If it comes to that,
Yeah. I'll give you another example. Remember the meat packers under Trump, under COVID.
mhm,
What do you have to do? Got to step in, right?
yeah.
What happens if the meat packers go on strike during COVID? What happens to the food? The prices of food.
Mhm.
What happens to the supermarkets when people go in and actually raid the supermarket there because of fear?
Oh, we saw what they looked like. Hold on. We saw what they looked like, didn't we?
You
Where were
saw
y'all
what-
when COVID happened?
I'm in LA, a big city, okay? Huge city.
Ooh, I was in New Orleans.
Not even comparable. Okay?
Yo.
Not even comparable.
No. What I'm saying is that's a city that's already
in crisis mode.
one moment away from being on the brink.
Uh-huh.
I would have wished I could have been in the big. I mean, if I would have been a civilian, if I was a civilian in New Orleans at the time, it was bad. It was really bad. Really bad.
Imagine when you have in a city of 10 million people and a disorder happens. And food, there's a run on food, okay? And 10 million people.
Mhm.
What's going to happen? Okay.
Oh, chaos will ensue.
And then the other, I'm telling you, okay? It's how close you were. Trust and believe.
People gonna start eating. People gonna start eating people. That's what's gonna happen.
That could happen. Okay,
Yeah.
that could happen. But the thing is, the men opting out of the supply chain is very critical. It'll actually erode your society in very quick order when guys just don't show up to work, the electricity, to the power plant, to the oil refinery, to the gas station, to the truck, to the supermarket, warehouse store. What happens when they don't show up? Like half of them just don't show up.
Just half.
Just half. 10%. All it takes is really 10%.
Yeah.
Don't show up.
That much.
Don't take that much. All over the world. All of a sudden. Dr. Dunbar says the purge.
Part of the other issue we have with this is that, again, it's not just women solely deciding to take this provider role. Not at least in the modern day. We got to go back a couple of decades and realize. On this last podcast we just did, a brother shared his life story, and he said of the 24 children between cousins and him and everybody, only 2 grew up in a home where they saw a man get up and go to work every morning. Yeah. When that brother told me that, I couldn't my mind couldn't reconcile what that would look like.
Because what did the other men do?
Either there was no man there, or the man that was there did not get up in the morning and go to work. Do you know what that does to another generation of young men that witnessed that? They were either at home or they weren't there. But what that does to a generation of males, a generation of young men, if a young man doesn't see men getting up to go to work,
he wants to emulate it.
What does he do?
He wants to emulate it.
I think it could be on 2 different spectrums. You either have somebody that doesn't feel that they need to do it, just like you guys said, or you have somebody that is kind of hyper focused on not.
You would hope to get that, but more often than not, you don't. You normally get somebody who follows the trend that was set before.
Yeah, that's what Kenneth Clark said in Dark Ghetto back in 1965.
Yeah.
Men that I don't want to say a lot because I don't know the actual numbers on this, but I'll say in my generation, most of the men that we see that are absolute good fathers, it's because they did not have the father, so they are super focused on not being that person because they knew what they dealt with.
Hold on.
I would say. Go ahead.
I don't know if Blair's listening right now, but I'm gonna go see if I can dig that post up, and I'm gonna tag you in it. There's a lot of men who have. Oh, did you see the post?
I saw that post.
Okay, there's a lot of men who are echoing what Shaughnessy is saying, and I said this is a beautiful thing because so often as black men, and I hate to segue because I know we're talking about women, but as black men, there are some things that we have never been exposed to that women assume we're supposed to know.
Right.
And this is one of the things we talked about at the top. If we're not given this information, then it's not going to happen by osmosis. And as BGS always talks about, you can't pull yourself up by the bootstraps if you don't know what bootstraps are or if you don't have any. I happen to be fortunate that I was raised in foster homes where I got to see 2 black middle-aged men go to work.
Yeah.
One was from the military, the other, I swear that there was nothing this man could do. I saw this man pull transmissions, pull engines, build a building from the ground up. Pour concrete, and
plumb, all of that.
Yeah. It was Shaughnessy. What happened to the marriage rate with those men? What happened to the marriage rate?
With
those men and women of that generation? What happened? What happened to it?
The marriage rate is going up.
It went down, baby.
For my generation.
Your generation, yeah. Since when?
The marriage rate, more black.
Where?
Getting married now.
Where? Went up when? How? When did it go up?
I don't know the exact
number.
No,
it's still going down. No, the marriage rate is still on a steady decline.
Yeah.
I think she's looking at probably your selective friends and your crew.
Yeah, worldwide. I mean, we're talking worldwide now. That the marriage rate worldwide,
I'm
but
talking
definitely in the U.S.
I'm talking about the black community. The black.
Oh, it's
Black,
way down. Get out. Yeah, it's way down.
yeah. It's gone. It's plummeted since 1980. Go look at it. It's in black
Yeah.
demographics.
The thing, this is what I always caution women against, and when they talk about the marriage rates, but specifically Black America, is when they talk about the marriage rates, they're talking about marriage rates going back to the 1960s. That's what's anchoring the Black marriage rate.
We don't have to go back there.
Absolutely, it still is. Yeah.
Go back to 1990. Okay.
Yes, and that's what I'm saying. When those people start to die off, you're going to see a noticeable about 15 to 20 point drop in the Black marriage.
It's going to be
it's going to be
the estimated number is like 8. I think somebody came with 18%. Like somebody got the number narrowed down. So right at 18% is going to be the drop.
I said that.
And honestly, look. Even if I'm looking just from my peers, everybody. So once I get outside of my core group of peers and I start to look extended at the number of marriages, and it's pretty bleak from what it was. And again, I came up in an environment where everybody was married. All the cousins, all the brothers, all the uncles, everybody's either been married or is married. That's what we are. So everybody's had a father in their household in my family. So it was very weird for me to go knock on somebody's door and their daddy wasn't there, and then go knock on somebody else and there's no daddy in the home. That was very weird for me to see. I wanted to touch back on that hyper focus that a lot of men have that don't have a father figure. I do find that to be a thing where there are those men who didn't have a father figure who tend to lean harder into it when they go that route.
Yeah.
But let's be absolutely clear. Chicago and everything we've known and seen going on in Chicago, those are all the bunch of fatherless children. All of them. They're young men. And those are young men that are somebody's baby daddies that are killing somebody else's baby daddies. Yeah. So we see men going hard in the right direction. But we also still see the fatherless. Yeah, we see the fatherless still bringing up more fatherless. And again, I don't like to beat it too hard because I know based on statistics that they're a small percentage in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
No,
but,
unfortunately,
I mean, what I mean by that is not their effect, but when we look at society as a whole. The smallest percentage of people are responsible for the largest percentage of dysfunction. That's always the way it is. You're in a classroom of 10 kids. You normally got about 2 kids that are fools.
Besides what we call dysfunction, like 55% of men between the ages of 15 and 50 are not married. Okay. 55%.
How do we fix the marriage? Like, listen, nobody sees value in it.
Exactly.
I can give people the numbers.
We don't have a 2-parent household. Guess what? You're not going to see.
Listen. Okay. Forget that. Let's. If I could urge young people, I'm just going to say, look at the money. The money tied to marriage. It's not a debate. It's not. I've been on every side of this now. I was single, I was married, divorced, single, and now married again. And I've told my daughters this. I said, when me and your mother was together, with the salary I had and the salary she eventually had, we were in the top 10%. And now the top 10% is a big, that don't mean you're a millionaire. That's above the 100,000 threshold, right? Yeah. But for us at our age group at the time, we were the top of our peer group. Like,
right.
And I said, I told my daughter, I said, do y'all know what happened when we got divorced? We took that, we split it, and we went to 2 separate households and gave the economy all of that money. Right. I said, we didn't get back to that as individuals. We never got back to that as individuals. She moved on and shacked up and got with somebody, and they became a dual income family before I got married and did the same thing. I said, that was over a decade in between. I said, do you know how much money we lost? Yeah. Do you know how much wealth can be built?
Yes.
Yeah.
In that span of time? So I would just urge people from the vantage point of economics.
Yeah.
Fuck everything. Economically
We talked
speaking,
about this
you
last
don't
week.
you don't break to the
But,
next level without
but,
dual incomes.
but what do they preach now? What do they preach now?
Oh, individualism.
Yeah.
Individualism.
How much money? You have to be rich to get married now, right?
But you wait, hold on. Let's be clear. You know why we talk
No,
about
no, 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 no,
individualism?
no. I know what.
We want that money. We want the
No, no,
individual's
no.
money.
What is
Yeah, but
preached
there's
now,
more money
especially amongst black
together than
women?
there
What's
is
preached?
separate.
What is preached?
Oh, independent.
Yeah.
That's
Independent everything.
so they reversed the whole reason for being married.
The problem is, but I'll go back to this. And I can't fault the sisters that don't have the
Yeah,
listen.
you
My wife
can.
ain't got the energy.
Yeah,
No,
you
my wife
can.
ain't got the energy to come. No, my wife ain't got the energy to come argue with these women. Fuck out of
Okay.
here. I need her to reserve this energy for what I want her to do with me.
But,
Fuck out of here. I don't.
but,
My wife don't have no energy to come on
but,
a podcast and be
but,
out here arguing with women about their
but
role. No.
listen to me. But they can help change the environment. That
Right.
will change the people. Okay.
Right.
Doesn't take that many people to change the environment. Doesn't take that many people.
Well, look, they say 10%. They say
11%.
10%.
11%
Yeah,
typically.
okay. Yeah, 10 to 11% can move the nation
Right.
if it's done the right way.
Yeah.
This is why I always give credit to people, and I just mentioned it at the top of the show, to people like Kendra D.
Mm-hmm.
We do not have enough of her type. And I don't know if you know who she is, but she came under BGS just like a couple other women. She is a woman that preaches the same thing that Alana Van Zant preaches. That's the same thing that Sister Sherazad Ali preaches.
Yeah.
We don't have enough. So the women who stand against her can wall her off and keep her message from getting mainstream. If we get enough women like that, then we'll compel the sisters to stop engaging in the nonsense that they're doing.
It's coming
do y'all
anyway.
think it's enough sisters that's going to have that? So what I'm saying is the energy that it requires.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I'm telling you, y'all. I've watched
I know what
women that are.
saying, and let me put
It's
it
not,
to you.
it's not about all of them.
Why would they?
It's not about all of them.
Okay.
Let me put it to you like this. There only needs to be two factions that are aligned with this. One, the women who are going to speak out, the men who are going to stop dealing with them. They'll be compelled to change their ways.
So let me ask you this. So where are these women? Because do women like really listen to podcasts and stuff?
They don't have to.
Like for long hours, or they watch little clips of stuff, whatever that's trending.
They don't have to.
It depends on the woman.
Their main messages are coming from the pastor on Sunday at church.
It's not a matter of how many; it's a matter of who listens.
Right.
Not a matter of how many.
Right. And it's but I think he's asking about that attention span. I can say, so like again, I don't like to talk about my wife because I mean this is the closest woman I'm to, and I know we share podcasts back and forth. I can share the whole Iyanla thing with her, and we can come sit down and just chop it up about it, just me to get her thoughts and how she think it's going to affect. I can share a whole Susan Vinker podcast, and she's going to listen to it, and we just going to. So I think it depends. I think it.
Two books, right? The Richer Sex and the End of Men, written in 2012. Spot out the whole thing. Two books. That's where Vinker actually gets this stuff from. That's the source. Two books. Read those. Okay.
We tell people.
See, I don't know. I don't see now. If you asking me, I'm gonna be honest. If you're asking me, if there was a number of women, again, I like to go with 10, right? So out of 10 women, who do I think would give a book or something that loaded that much time? Out of 10 women,
two.
But they're the right women, though.
Right. Let me put it to you like this, Manuel. Let's take 10 Michelle Obamas and let's sprinkle them through Black female America, along with the men who are going to echo in some regards what she's saying, and they're going to pick up something of what the Nation of Islam is saying, and they're going to say, all right, women, this is how it's going to go. If y'all don't act right, y'all ain't getting no dick. What do you think is going to happen?
Oh, wait. Let me tell you something. Wait. No, I tried this. I told women a long time ago, I said, look, all y'all got to do, I said it on my podcast. I said, if every woman in the United States of America said the simplest thing, we want to go on 3 dates before we give any pussy. I said, do you know how many men would be paying for 3 dates? Y'all move the nation if y'all would actually want to, but you cannot stop those low hanging fruit type. Like, man, it is.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, in the United States,
but you don't want to stop them. You're gonna let them go.
It's not about them, right? It's about
right.
about society. If men quit, it doesn't work.
Correct.
That's what they're afraid
of. And that's
of.
what the thing is. That's what
they will change the environment.
Yeah.
They're already trying to change it. They're already changed it already.
You know. I vacillate back and forth between optimism and pessimism, and I'm always realistic in the middle of it. Listen, do I believe that Dr. Claude Anderson's ideas can get deeply rooted enough to where we can? Yeah, to a degree, I do.
To some people.
But 5 years ago, had you asked me, I would have been hyped about it. And now I'm getting to the point where I'm like, I don't know.
Seeds only grow in the proper environment. Okay,
right.
It's got to be right.
You know. I would say. Some of the young people I come across do give me hope. Mm-hmm. Some of the young people, not all of them. There are some young people who, there's some young girls that are not playing around with the wrong type of guy. There's some young girls that are not playing around with pregnancy. My daughters, I broke it down to them very plainly. I said, don't let a guy waste your time. Don't let a guy waste your youth. I told my daughters, I said, while you are in college, I told my daughters, I said, listen, you the hottest you about to be. I said, this ain't me being a dick. This is me being your dad. I'm going to keep it a buck. I said, the boyfriend you meet in college, I said, if he's on a trajectory, lock him down now.
Right.
You're not going to be able to lock that same guy down in 10 years.
Right.
You won't. Because he's going to be looking for somebody in your same age. I'm like, so lock him down now. I said, you lock him down, you finish school. When you're done with school, you let him work, you have kids, you get the kids up, and then you go get to the bag. I said, don't do it in reverse. Because let me explain. I said, we know they have a biological clock. It is what it is. I said, but what you do is you burn the biological clock in your favor first. I said, the clock on getting the bag can last forever. Y'all outlive men. Technically, you can work and you can do something to get your finances going all the way until death, but you can't have children until death. So you plant these seeds in these right young people. They should take root.
What is peak value for a female? What's peak? What age?
You 27.
23.
27.
23.
Well, I'd say, well, 23. If you're talking about the healthiest, they're going to be the birth of child.
No. The peak value towards men is 23. It's been proven. 23. Peak value. That's your highest value for a man at 23. If you're a woman.
I don't follow. I'm the exception to that rule.
5 studies say the exact.
Yeah, no. Yeah, listen, I'm not gonna argue a study. I'm the exception to that rule. I've never.
No, we're not talking about the exception. We're talking about the.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If I'm not talking about the exception to the rule, that's probably correct. I don't know. I don't know.
Peak
23.
23.
So I think the problem comes in.
See, there you go.
When you have the media. And they have these other people that's 40 and 50s, and then the low-level people think like that could be me. That could be me instead of saying.
I'm gonna finish that book, Herbert. I'm gonna finish that book, Herb. I'm gonna finish that book. People need to know this stuff.
Yeah, but so here's the other dynamic. So we got to get young men and young women, younger men and younger women on the same page, because what is gone? This is something we're not finna. This is no debate. What is gone? What is not coming back outside of a major Holocaust, something major? Like we talking about Stone Age. Damn, they got to set us back. Mm-hmm. We're not gonna get back to an age where 20-something-year-old women are checking for 40-something-year-old men with regularity. That's not coming back. Y'all listen. I don't care what's
happening now.
It's coming back.
It's not coming back. No, it's not. Where is it coming back? No, don't give me celebrities. No. Where is it coming back? Where women in mass.
The trend is already happening. It's already starting to come back.
Where?
I think
where
women are starting to see that the men that are their age are not
Well,
financial
no, women have
independence.
always women have always known that the men that are not their age, that are their age, are not shit. They've always known that. What I'm saying is the gap isn't as big as it used to be. What I'm saying is I don't have an issue with 23 and 30 something. What you have to get is this 20-year-old to understand that the 22-year-old dude is a fool. They have to
No, no.
understand that when she's 23, that the 23-year-old dude is a fool.
He's not a fool. He's just not financially capable yet. He
Yeah,
hasn't
yeah,
got
he's just not
no, no,
there
no, no,
yet.
no,
He's
no,
he's
no, no,
not there
no, no,
yet.
no. We talked about this before, right? Before that, in the agrarian age or manufacturing age, what's most important, your brain or your body? For most guys, your body,
Yeah, your
right?
body.
When does your body peak for a man? Okay, between the ages of 21 and 30,
Right.
peak.
Yeah,
Okay.
27 is your physical prime, boy. Woo,
In other words,
woo, woo.
what is your financial prime now in this modern age?
Oh, your financial prime is 45 and up.
If it's between the age of 35 and 55, right? It's
Yeah,
moved. Has it moved for women?
No,
no. Hmm.
it's never
That's where the
going to.
gap is.
But
Before
but but
before
but but he- but
hold on a
here's what
second.
we've introduced.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Before that, the gap didn't exist. They actually matched together.
Yeah.
Okay. Now it's moved. What a man wants, what a woman wants, are two different things, right? They're actually aligned before 1960. Now they're not.
Right.
They've actually separated. Women still want the same thing, but the thing is, the guy that's 22, 23, he can't get it unless he's the top 10%, the top 15% in college. Okay,
Yeah.
so you're gonna find it, maybe. Okay, but the guys that's actually at their peak value, according to her peak value, he's 35, 40 years old. Okay, instead
Yeah,
of
because you got to
23.
realize that women have
But
moved.
herein lies what I'm saying. I've been in this dating world
Mm-hmm.
probably more recently than all y'all.
Mm-hmm.
I've been. Listen. I'm 41,
Uh-huh.
and at 39, anything from 20 and up was well within my range. What I'm
Yes,
telling
yes,
you,
yes.
what I'm telling you is that what you're finding is that yes, women they like the older established. Don't get me wrong. I'm not taking that away. But what's happening more is they want that age to be a little bit closer than what they did in the past, and you have to convince them to learn that quicker because sometimes they don't realize it until later. Unfortunately, like I would hate, I don't think this is going to be my daughter's, but I would hate for a 20-year-old woman to pair with a 20-year-old man
Why?
and waste, wait, listen, and waste, this key word, and waste 6 years.
Why?
Waste it.
Why?
I would, because she can't wait 6 years.
Why?
We just talked about
No,
it.
no, 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 no,
She
no, no,
can't
no, no,
afford to.
no, no, no. Okay,
Oh, but the biological clock is gonna run out.
you agree with me? Okay. Her
Yeah,
peak,
yeah, the biological clock is gonna run out.
she's most valuable at 23. Okay. The guy's most valuable at 40. There's a gap between that. It has to be realigned. Okay. It has to be
But
rectified.
yeah, so you're saying that the gap, what are you saying? The age needs to come back down to
No, no,
30 something because
I just did this for Toya like this morning, right? Okay. Women want what? Plus or minus 3. Okay. Most men want 23. That's the peak value. What they most want is a 23-year-old. Okay. Women want plus or minus 3 or whatever the age they're actually at. That's what they want. Two different things. Two different mating.
so you're saying the 23-year-old woman wants a 26-year-old man.
Yes.
Mhm.
That's what she wants.
See, listen, okay, so if my daughter came to me and he was 26.
Yeah.
My question would be, I would have to look at this man, and after the conversation we have, he would have to be on the path that I was on at
And
26.
the thing is, that's what you want. What does he want? What does she want?
No,
Right.
I'm saying that, but her mindset would have to understand that if she's dealing with
No,
somebody that's
That's
young like
no,
that,
no.
he needs to be
No,
on that
what
trajectory.
what she will settle for or align herself to is different than what she wants. Okay, what does she want? That's why women are actually getting married later. They're trying to
Yeah.
wait for this guy to reach his peak value.
Right.
That's why they
That's
get
what
married
Kevin
later.
No. But that's what we got to get right. You can't wait. Listen, there's two options here. You either get a man at peak value, which you really don't want. Like, man, listen, they don't want that.
Yes, they
They
do.
don't. They
Yes, they
talk.
do.
No,
Yes, they do.
bro. Have y'all seen what happens when a 23-year-old marries a 43-year-old? Do y'all see? Do y'all know what happens?
Hold on. That's why they wait and waste their fertility years and get
Right.
married at 30. Okay, that's why. That's what
No,
they
no,
do
no, no.
now.
Okay, okay. Forget that. Let's just say
No,
a
no, 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 no,
23-year-old
no.
marries
No,
a 43-year-old.
we can't forget that. We can't forget that.
No, I'm not forgetting it. I'm just saying, what happens when a 23-year-old marries a 43-year-old? Tell me what happens.
Nothing. She goes on, has kids, and she's wealthy and raises a good family and and does
He,
fine
he
and
gonna say she
inherits his
step
money
out
when
with
she
a
dies.
younger man.
Yeah.
There we go. There we go.
Not necessarily.
Are y'all playing? Y'all saying that's okay?
What I'm saying is it happens all over the world,
Right.
except here.
But y'all are okay with
And
that?
that's why we're
It's not a. I think where you're getting off the rails is
Is that the trade off? Y'all willing to trade? Y'all willing to trade that?
we
It's gonna
can't
be
do anything about
it's
it.
about it. Yeah. They cheat anyway.
Okay. So, hey, we doing good. If that's the trade off, that's the goddamn trade off. I don't care what y'all think.
But Kevin is
The-
always.
there's- there-
We keep talking
Well,
about Kevin
as
Samuels.
long as we understand,
You're not
Kevin
listening.
Samuels has always
You're not
said
listening.
that.
You're not listening.
as long as that's the trade off.
No, what's the trade off that women actually do right now? They wait till they're 30 to actually get married. That's what they're doing now.
Right. I'm saying. Listen,
No,
if
no, no,
y'all,
no,
if men,
listen to what we're saying. That is a trade-off. Okay, they're not getting married at 20.
Right.
They're getting married at 30.
but no,
They're
what
married at
I'm saying
25
is,
year old.
if they start back marrying at 23 and they're marrying men 20 years their age, what men are saying
Yeah.
as a group, we're okay with her fucking somebody else when she hits her sexual peak.
But this is what we're saying.
If you
Kevin
want to
has
marry
always
23
said
year olds,
this,
that's
that
what
a
you're gonna have
man
to.
who is
Yeah, okay, yeah, and that's fine. No,
at
that's
that
fine.
point,
That's fine.
he understands that
Listen,
might happen. Just as long as
no,
you
no,
admit to
listen.
your kids or your pregnancy,
Look,
it's good.
let me
That's
keep
not
something all the way honest with y'all.
That's not the
Let me
reality
keep
though.
something all the way. Yeah,
Uh,
and there you go.
Yeah, I
Let me
ain't
keep
checking for
something
some
all
of
the
that.
way.
I ain't checking for some of
Look,
that.
right. Let me keep something real honest. Before
uh,
I remarried, before I was, I was in my 30s, and I'm thinking to myself,
mm-hmm.
40's around the corner. How long do I want to play this game?
Mm-hmm.
And how old, everything else. And I thought about it for a minute. I said, my wife's younger than me. Not by no goddamn 23. That's
No,
not happening.
plus
But
plus
my wife
minus
my
plus
wife is
minus
my,
3,
my
right?
you know what? Yeah, my wife is younger than me by, oh God, I get 6 years, something like that. Something like that.
Okay.
And I said to myself, I mean, I don't know how many more years I got left of whatever in the tank. I don't know how well I'm gonna be kept. I hope I keep eating my Wheaties and drinking water. I hope.
So
Eat
your wife is
I'm
oatmeal.
like,
Eat
but,
oatmeal. Eat
so when
oatmeal
your
every
wife is
day.
in her mid
but,
20s, she's in her mid 20s,
brothers,
right?
I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest.
How
When
old
I'm
was your wife when you
50
got married?
some years old,
How old was your wife
listen,
when you got
all I'm
married?
saying,
How old was your wife when you got
huh?
married? How old was
Well,
your wife?
this is my second marriage. No, this is
How
my
old
second
was she?
marriage.
How old was she when she got married?
The
You got
first
married.
marriage or the second one?
Second one.
Second one.
Second one, shit, this was just 2 years ago. So
Oh, okay. Okay.
yeah. So this,
How about your first marriage?
listen, I
How
didn't
about your
have,
first?
I didn't have a play first marriage. I didn't have a play first marriage. My first marriage was 15 years. I didn't have a play first marriage.
Good.
So
How old was she when you got married?
now so you talking about me and my first marriage?
Yes.
20, we were 23 and 22.
Yeah. Peak age
But
for you.
not, but but I don't like to use myself as that example because where my brain was and what I was doing in my early 20s.
But you were just like the rest of us.
Yes.
Nah,
Yes.
No, I'm just saying
nah.
in terms, not in terms of what you did, but just in
But
terms
in
of where
terms
your
of where I
thought
was,
process.
oh yeah. Same. I just knew which directions to take as far as career and providership.
Yeah.
Like my
I,
wife,
I,
in my first marriage, my wife didn't work for the first 4 years we were together because I knew that's what I was raised around.
yeah.
So
Right.
she married a man that was old in soul and practice, but young.
And in other
So it benefited us.
in
That
other words,
benefited us and benefited her.
you were trained to do what you did. You just fell into a role.
Yeah. I mean, man, we're not talking about.
Age had nothing to do with it. You were trained to do that.
Yeah, how old are you? I'm just I thought you said
I'm
61.
63.
So just to give you perspective,
Mm-hmm.
my grandmother passed a few years ago, and she would have been 102 today.
Okay.
And my father's in his 70s, and my aunts are in their 80s, and like I got
Yeah.
old.
My
I'm
my
raised by some
my
old
my,
people. So
my mother's 84. Okay.
right. So yeah. So your
My,
mother and my dad are closer in that age group. Yeah.
so I know.
Yeah. She's probably a couple of years. Yeah.
So I
So
know.
it's
Yeah, I know how people are actually raised and why they do certain things. We've been studying stuff for a
right.
long, long time. Okay. About
Yeah. So
about
it,
roles.
so I wouldn't use myself as an example.
You
Nah.
can. Why not?
These young dudes. These young dudes aren't.
So
These young guys don't do.
how young are you talking about?
These young guys these days doing
How
what I
old?
was doing the way I was doing it.
How old are you talking about? Young guys. You say young
22-year-olds. These
they're not,
22-year-olds aren't doing what I was doing at
because
22.
they're not
No,
trained to
there's no
do the
way.
same thing that you were trained to do.
Right, right.
When
So
you marry somebody,
I wouldn't recommend that most young girls marry those guys
okay, what guys
because
would you recommend? How old? Recommend.
ugh,
Be honest. Come on now.
I don't.
Now,
I use two.
give me an
No,
answer.
I
Give
know
me
I use two things. I'm going with exactly the way I was raised. If you are a 20-year-old girl
mm-hmm.
and you are in college,
Mm-hmm.
you need to be dating. If you choose to date somebody in college, if he's a frat boy or a fuck boy and he's cool and he got everything, no, that's not the guy.
So what?
You date the guy going to. He can
What?
listen. If he okay, I'll do it fast.
What
If
about
he's in your age group,
what about the ones that are not in college? For the average girl.
she's
There's
not
not
in
enough,
college. What is she?
there's not enough guys in college to go around.
Oh
Okay.
no. She need. Oh no. If you're not in college and you're not pairing up with the
Okay.
guys that are on a trajectory to
Okay.
do something, you need to find an old man to take care of you.
What is the ratio of male to females in college that are black? What's the
Wait,
ratio?
no. I just answered your question. Let me back up.
Okay.
If you're not in college and you're not pairing with a young man that's on his trajectory, you need to get an old man to take care of you.
Thank you. That's
Well,
what I wanted to hear. Okay.
That's what I would say to that. That's
Old?
what I would say to that.
How
so
how old?
so
How old?
He's gonna have to be in his 30s at least.
Okay. That's 10 years.
Especially if you want to have children and you want children to be taken care of.
Mid
He's
30s,
gonna probably have to be in his 30s.
early 30s, mid 30s, what? Late 30s, what?
Minimum 33.
Okay, mid 30s. All right. Okay.
can I throw a
Minimum
monkey?
33.
Exactly
Can I
what I was
throw?
just saying. Go ahead.
Can I throw a monkey wrench in that? Like, what if it's that young cat that went to trade school, whatever, and
Him too. Any. So when so
That falls in
what
line with trajectory.
I'm agreeing. If listen, see, we have to teach young girls to be able to recognize young men on their trajectory.
Mm-hmm.
And when young men are on their trajectory, they're not in the club. They're not. Their heads are down. They are busy. They might be handsome and they might have some other things, but they are busy. I was fucking busy. I wasn't drinking. I didn't drink until I was about 25. I was busy.
Yeah.
So those men are busy, and you got to get with the busy guy. You got to get with the guy that don't care about the Jordans. He don't care about Jordans. He don't care about golds. He don't care about the newest car. He don't care about none of that shit. He is busy. If you can't recognize a busy young man that's getting to it, then you need to get an old man to take care of you because he's got to it.
And in other words, the peak value starts at what? 30s, right? It didn't used to. It does now. That's why they wait.
Yeah,
They don't get married to the,
yeah.
They don't get married. What's the average age for a woman, black woman to actually get married now? What do you think?
Oh shit, I don't even know.
29.
Yeah,
29.
It's got to be. I was just gonna say it has to be late 20s. It has to be
29.
because it has to be late 20s.
Yeah. Because the average guy that she's gonna marry is like 32, 30, 31, 32. Early 30s. That's why. Because his peak value has
But
moved.
we got to think about all the things that contribute to this. I mean, listen.
We talking about it. We just talked about all this.
I mean, but hold on, wait. See, we gotta dial it back because I'm sorry. The average. Wait, hold on.
Let me start like this. How we started up the program was I read off all the pros of women getting to choose.
Yeah.
What are the things? These were the things: autonomy, freedom,
yeah,
career path, whether she gets married or not, has children or not, whether she's a stay-at-home wife or not, self-determination. She gets to ignore the red flags. She gets to place blame, remorse, or single motherhood. Those were some of the top things that I came out with that were pros. But all of those can be looked at as cons, depending on who she chooses to do things with. Case in point, we have Shaughnessy. It's working out great for her. Even though she chose, I won't say chose, even though she is a single mother, it manages to work out. But the cards are stacked against a woman that does that, because having a child out of wedlock tends to derail them once they go down that path. It's very hard to recover from that, just like a black man being convicted of a felony. We don't see too many black men convicted of a felony that go on to run multi-million-dollar companies. It's just not the way. I've used this analogy before. We as black people know where the potholes are in this society.
Mm-hmm.
But we get that beautiful car with them deuces on there, ride down there, and when we hit the pothole, we complain about the pothole being there as if we didn't know. That's what we have to stop doing. We have to stop blaming the society for stuff that we already know exists and say, okay, I need to talk to somebody who's going to tell me how to navigate this. I need to talk to somebody who's going to tell me how to avoid this. I need to listen.
If you want to reset it, you got to start training children for their roles.
There we go. That's what I was waiting on. That's what I was waiting on.
That's not the society that we live in. That's not.
We know that, but
because you want to give women freedom. Want to give women freedom, right?
Are you guys noticing what Ray Alexander is putting in the comments? Did you see the comment before about the age gap and the percentage of divorce?
We know this. This is nothing new to people who hang out in the black manosphere. This is why I always keep telling you, we are information focused. What Ray is putting up is for those people who aren't in the know.
The biggest risk to babies after 35, it has nothing to do with the male. Okay,
has everything to do with the mother's.
Has to do with female. Yeah.
Yes.
95, 98%. Okay.
Yep.
98%.
Men don't have to start worrying about the greatest sperm until they get to their late 40s.
Yeah, really, they're
after
50s.
That, then
they're 50s. They're 50s, really.
Yeah. And now, if you're talking about a man in his 40s and a woman in her late 30s, early 40s, that's when your rate of birth effects skyrocket.
A man is not fully grown until he's 30, right? His hormones don't fall off till actually he's 40. Okay, women's fall off at 31. Okay, start falling off at 31. Big difference, especially progesterone. Okay.
Herein lies one of the other. I want to go back to what you said just a minute ago. In training.
Yeah.
See, we gotta be honest. Men, young boys and girls, have to be trained different, because girls aren't trained like my grandmother. They're not trained like my mother. They're not trained like my aunts. And boys, by and large, are not trained like my grandfather. They're not trained like my father.
Why
and a lot of
not?
them ain't trained
Why
like
not?
me.
Why? What thing?
Two reasons.
What
Two reasons. Wait. 2 reasons. Laziness.
Nope.
Flat out laziness.
Nope.
No laziness. No.
Nope.
Moms and dads are not. Well, they're not as focused on rearing children.
Why not?
To be. The hell if I know. The why don't matter. The fact that they ain't is the point.
It's called 1972 in Title IX and feminism.
And education.
No.
And education.
Who took over the educational system?
No, it's not the education system. It's the fact that we said y'all can go to school instead of learning how to run a house.
Who said that? Who taught that?
Hey, this is the modern world we in. It ain't gonna change.
He just said feminism.
I'm telling you who did it.
But
they wrote it down.
But that's not going to change. Y'all know that's not going to change, right? Y'all know it's never going to change where they're going to just say we're going to pull children out of school.
It doesn't matter until it falls apart. When it falls apart, it will change.
Yeah.
No. What I'm saying
damn show falling apart right now.
No, what I'm saying is the change needs to be the parents. Parents need to be training the same way my father trained me to do the things that I did, along with me taking my black ass to school.
Let me put it to you like this,
Girls need to be
Manuel.
trained the same way. Girls need to be trained the same way they have been trained, along with going to
Mm-hmm.
school.
So
You
why?
can't
But
you
there's no
can't
So,
totally remove.
so what happened to it? If it had been going on for like 1,000 years, what happened to it?
They just stop. Moms don't
Why?
train.
Why did they stop?
Listen, listen. I don't know the
I
why.
do.
Listen, I don't
I
care
do.
about the why. I'm about
Well,
solutions. I'm about solutions.
you
Let's
gotta
do it,
But you
you
have
gotta
to understand a
understand
why
the
to get to
why.
a solution.
Solution.
man.
Yeah.
Listen, I ain't got time to understand the
Yeah.
why,
All
man. We
right.
ain't got time to keep going over the why. We gonna keep pontificating over the
you
So
why.
got you
We need
got to understand
solutions.
the
You gotta know
why.
why.
what's the why? I want to know
Li-
what you feel is the why.
Who, me?
Yes.
Oh, there's a book called More Than Title IX that actually outlined all this stuff that we see now back in 1972. It was outlined how to train the society, the males, the females, and the whole society for this. This is training, including provider
So
females.
why do you think it stopped
Why stop doing what? Stop doing what?
the training?
Training? Because they
Hmm.
wanted a different society. They got the society that they wanted, which is called partners instead of gender roles.
And see,
They're
Mm.
partners now.
this is the other thing that people have to realize. Is one, there is no more money.
That's true.
Two, your greatest money earners, aka taxpayers, was the middle class, which was spearheaded by families and men earning. You didn't have two income households, you didn't have two homes. You had one home with the man spearheading how money was handled. This is something we've talked about on this platform before. If you divide a home up in two, the economy suffers because you have more people spending more money on things that aren't
It,
necessary.
go back.
Two cars, two
Yeah,
mortgages, two
yeah,
rents, all that
uh,
money can be funneled
uh,
back into the family where
go,
you increase your wealth.
go back to 1964, and it's actually Congress actually said this. Congresswoman actually said this, right? They put sex in civil rights to give white women the same rights that white men have. That's what they wanted. That's what they got. Equity and equality. That's what you
Yeah.
have now. This is your fallout. There are no more gender roles. They want to get rid of those. That's what they said from the very beginning. That's what they've done.
Wait, somebody's dropping some facts. The researchers found that 36-year-old man passes along twice as many mutations in his sperm to his children compared to a 20-year-old.
That's no, but he's comparing men of an older age to men of a younger age. That's the equivalent to saying that a 36-year-old woman doesn't have as many viable ovaries as a 20-year-old woman.
Yeah,
That's a given.
it's a given. Yes, that's facts. The biggest the
So
biggest
so
the biggest factor in birth defects is the women's eggs and a
What he
progesterone.
was saying, what he's saying is not getting the fully
Hitting the school.
capturing what we're saying. If you have a 36-year-old man that is passing along more mutations, and you also have a woman that's 32 and above, then that's when you hit your problem. You have a
Right.
36-year-old man that's producing with the 22 or 27-year-old, you're gonna still be in a good position, better
Correct.
than two 30
Not really.
plus
Not
year.
really. Not really.
Yeah, really.
No. Okay, really.
That's
Show
when
me.
you tend that's when you tend to see the
Well,
issues when you have two older people versus one.
what's the biggest factor with women having babies, right? Especially after 35. Progesterone. They can't hold the baby. That's
Yeah.
the biggest factor. Called with not abortion with what do they call it? What do they call it when she actually reject the baby? What do they call it?
Um, Miscarriages.
Miscarriages, right? High rates of miscarriages,
Yeah.
birth defects, all the kind of stuff that show up with a woman past 36 years old,
Yeah.
like 90%.
That's why when women start to hit menopause, hormone replacement therapy becomes a huge thing because a lot of them just suffer. They cease to be women.
Well, yeah, because their body shutting down as far as
Yeah.
as far as because the amount of children that are born after 36 to women are actually like maybe less than 10%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why
so
that's why a
so
lot of them start to
so
become more sexually active because they realize the risk drops.
Yeah, because the body, no, her body's trying to tell her you have a few eggs left, got to get busy.
Yeah.
So
Oh
they
yeah.
pump out more testosterone, actually make her hornier. That's what happens.
So my question is this: what are the solutions?
Okay, the solutions are the environment has to change. You have to roll back all the advantages that you gave them. Got to roll all that shit back. Got to roll it back. The
But you
environment will
you
change. Will
can't
change the
expect.
women.
Let me, if I can jump in here for a moment, BGs.
Mhm.
It's the equivalent of giving a 6-year-old all the candy that they want and expecting them to eat nutritious.
Yeah.
In order for them to eat nutritious, you got to take away the candy.
Because right now it's not about the women; it's about the men. The men have checked out.
Right.
It's not fair. That's why you see all these books and all these articles and about incels and guys not getting sex and not socializing is because the men have actually checked out. White boys have checked out. They
Yeah.
didn't care about the black guys. Yeah.
Why do you think people, particularly women, keep attacking the manosphere?
Yeah.
More importantly,
Wait,
passport brothers.
Yes.
wait. Hold on. Wait a minute.
You want you want documents? You want documents? He don't want that work, Herb. He don't want that work.
I don't think so.
Wait.
He don't want that work.
Wait. Okay, so listen. I don't know why women attack the manosphere. I mean, not the manosphere, the passport bros.
Yeah.
But I got a question. I just got a question.
Mm-hmm.
If two people are having sex on the street, I'm talking about physically. You walking down the street and you see two people on the sidewalk having sex.
Okay.
As you as a passerby,
Uh-huh.
is it within your right to say something?
Sure.
All right. Now, if people are having sex in the privacy of their home,
Uh-huh.
you're none the wiser. Is it your right to go knock on their door or break in their door and go see if they're having sex and say something?
Well,
Probably not.
one is a criminal act. The other is something that you just observed.
Okay, but what I'm comparing is doing what you do privately
Mm-hmm.
and doing what you do and deciding to talk loud about it. So herein lies what I'm going to say.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Passport bros, nobody cared. Because listen, I was a fan of 90 Day Fiance and what these fools were doing 8 years ago. Nobody cared.
Okay.
It's when they started chirping and talking about what we doing over here and these women are this and black women ain't this and blah, blah, blah. It doesn't matter who you are. When you open your mouth publicly,
Uh-huh.
you don't get to have you bet not have the nuts, guts, or spine to tell people they shouldn't say something back. Are you crazy? That would be like us talking right now
Let him finish,
and telling people.
Let him finish.
That would be no. That would be
let him finish. You don't always talk about. Let him finish.
no.
Let him finish.
No, I know what I'm talking about. That would be like us talking right now. That would be like us talking right now,
Uh-huh.
and then somebody commenting, and we saying, "Oh, you can't comment on the conversation." Passport bros started chirping,
They've been.
and when people started responding, they got mad. No, you don't get to do that.
Okay. I know the guy that actually invented the hashtag. Okay, in 2018. Okay.
Okay, I'm not talking about him. I'm not talking about. I'm talking about the dudes. Man, do you know I got dudes coming in my inbox over passport bros?
Listen for a second. Okay, they've been chirping. They've been chirping for 5 years
Mm-hmm.
with videos. The same shit they're doing now. Same stuff. What's the difference now?
Did you hear what I just said? I said you don't get to talk and then never get a response. That's not the way it works.
Repeat what I said to you.
It doesn't matter it doesn't matter how long it takes. It doesn't matter how long it takes.
It's not about the length of time.
Listen. They've been talking about it. They're doing the same thing they did back then. They've been talking about it. Nothing's changed.
Nobody heard it. Nobody heard it until they started.
Exactly. Why?
Nobody heard it until they started saying black women were the reasons they were leaving.
They've been saying that.
Okay, that's what prompted the response. What prompted the response? Tell me.
Okay, I'll tell you. It's called COVID and remote work.
Oh no. Okay, I'll tell you what prompted my response. Let me be clear. Let me be very clear. What prompted my response?
Not your response.
And a lot of the.
Not your response.
Listen. These conversations are nuanced. This isn't a black and white conversation.
Listen. We're insiders here. We're insiders here.
Listen, but because y'all are passport, bro.
Listen, we're
We're
insiders.
not talking explicit. Hold on for a moment, BGS. We're not
Okay.
talking explicitly passport brothers. What we're talking about is the manosphere. Whether you talk about
I'm talking passport bros. I ain't even got to the
part of the
manosphere yet.
manosphere. They're part of the manosphere.
Moment.
Yes.
So okay, so tell me why people started talking back at the passport bros again.
Okay, go ahead, Herb. You first.
Because passport bros have managed to become mainstream. He's asking you why. Because we got together in circles like this panel and we started talking amongst each other about the experiences. Women happen to infiltrate that, take that back to their people, and then started talking about this. Case in point, you never heard black men step to the mic.
Hold on. They infiltrated or they were invited?
They were never invited. The Black Manosphere is a place for black men, hence the term.
Y'all didn't invite women into the Black Manosphere?
No.
There's way too much. First of all, don't get me started on the Black Manosphere. Y'all shit is on fire right now. Y'all shit is on fire.
Why?
Y'all are in it. Let me tell you, it's an embarrassment. Let me tell you, no. I can't get too loud. My wife is trying to sleep. Y'all are an embarrassment right now.
Why?
I have never seen, and it's sad because when I first heard of the Black Manosphere, I was actually excited. I'm like, ooh, a bunch of black men got a network. They talking their talk. They doing their thing. That sounds great. Until you motherfuckers start talking bad about each other. Until you start letting women infiltrate the space. Until you started beefing because of women. Until people started airing people out for being fake and fraud.
They've been doing that. They've been doing that.
But that's sad. That is embarrassing.
To you.
Y'all ain't embarrassed? Y'all not embarrassed about
a
that?
whole nother show.
Give us 3 names. Give us 3 names.
And listen, Antoine Daniels is one of y'all boys. He is embarrassed. He might not be no more. O'Shea, what's the other? Hold on. What's the other dude? The other dude, the guy, one of the beginners. What's his name? I can't remember his name. Not O'Shea. He's one of them, but he's not Obsidian. He's another embarrassment. What's the other guy that they just found out is sitting there shacking up with a whole white woman that's his baby mama? They blasted him. I can't remember the names of these clowns.
I can't think of his name too. Yeah,
I think it's Donovan Shaw. And listen, here's the problem. Every time I turn around,
the Black Manosphere.
Okay, I don't know which one it is. She knows what I'm talking about. This is the problem.
You keep
talking at what time?
Explain to me why there's all this friction and there's all this calling each other out and there's all this doxing and everybody's calling everybody fake. Explain it to me.
You have differences of opinion. That's what happens.
That's it?
Yeah. White boys do it too, all the time.
So that's what y'all doing? Y'all doing what the white boys do?
No, you're not listening.
Feminists do it. Everybody does. Cancel culture.
Let me put it to you like this. In the Democratic Party, do they have differences of opinion?
Listen, I'm not talking about differences.
Listen.
I'm talking. Okay. Look.
You gotta listen.
I'm not talking about differences of opinion.
You have to listen.
I'm not talking about differences of opinion.
You have to listen.
That's the thing.
Y'all want me to screen share what I'm talking about?
You gotta listen for a change. Listen to what he's saying. Listen.
Political parties, they have differences of opinions. You got right moderates, left-leaning moderates. You got center moderates. Same thing with the Democrats. You got liberal Democrats, staunch Democrats. Every philosophy you have somebody that runs counter to it or have somebody that leans a little left or right. Nothing different with the Black Manosphere. We all don't see eye to eye, but the core principles and the core values of the Black Manosphere are intact. Some people come, some people
That's not what I'm asking. That's not what I'm asking. Why is it? What's with all the fighting? I'm not talking about disagreeing. Disagreeing is okay. Disagreeing is actually healthy. I don't expect the Black Manosphere to be a monolith. Let's not get it twisted. What I'm trying to understand is why is everybody calling out everybody for being a fake and a fraud?
And you're saying everybody, and it's not everybody. You're taking the 10%.
Okay. My bad. A lot of bodies.
Gotta let him finish.
My bad. Well, let me correct myself. Wait. Let me correct myself. Not everybody, because y'all want to take me literally. the YouTube algorithm, let's be clear. When you see the YouTube algorithm, the biggest content creators out there that are speaking up on y'all's behalf, they're constantly talking about doxing and beef and this person outing this person and this person beefing with this person and
Let
this
me ask
person.
you this question, Manuel.
No, they're not.
Kevin
Actually
Samuels.
not.
Kevin Samuels. Hold on.
Who's the biggest content creators?
Right.
Do I need to share this stuff with y'all so y'all can see what I see on my
You're not
screen?
answering the
We
questions.
know. Who
Oh, y'all know.
name?
Okay.
Who the name? Who the name?
I'm asking why. No, I'm asking why it exists. I don't need to. Why does it
I'm
exist?
telling you why
You have
you're
to
not
listen.
believing us.
So y'all are saying disagreements lead y'all down that path.
Hunter Biden's laptop. Is that doxing?
Who?
Hunter Biden's laptop. Is that doxing?
I mean, it could be, but so that's what it is. So y'all are telling me that disagreements is why all that is going on.
Yes.
It's
All over the
Now,
of a democracy.
Okay. That and you know, and that's fine. Now, my next question is this: Is there ever going to be a vetting process with who y'all allow into y'all fraternity?
You see, and this is what people don't understand. The Black Manosphere is not an organization where you need to obtain membership. Let's dismiss that shit first in the beginning. It's no more different.
Should it be?
Hold on.
It can't
It's
be.
no more different than the Republican Party. You don't need to sign up to be a Republican or vote Republican or talk about Republican content. That's nonsense. That's about the most myopic thing I have ever heard. When you talk about something, you're discussing it. It's as simple as black and white. There are people who claim in the Black Manosphere because they're trying to make money off of it. It's no more simple. It's just like Pearly Things. Everybody's trying to associate Pearly Things with the Black Manosphere. We've never claimed Pearly Things. The only reason we rock with Pearly Things is because she's out there putting forth our message. We would be fools not to rock with a chick that doesn't put our fucking message out there first. What is this? Some type of idiocy that people don't understand how to get ahead? They've been doing the same shit to Black America for fucking generations, and now we do it, and it's a fucking problem.
No. So y'all are willing to let those that have a lack of integrity jump y'all forward? Yeah, y'all see, that's what. See, so here's my thoughts.
How do you stop?
This is just my thoughts.
How do you stop it?
See, you don't stop it.
No. How do
No,
you
you don't.
stop it?
No, you don't stop it. You prevent it from day one. You prevent it.
How do you?
You cannot.
Yes, you can.
How?
Yes, you can.
How?
From day one, you have an integrity measure. You say, to even be a part of this, we have to vet you thoroughly. Quit letting everybody through the door.
How do they come through the door? The pick up mic and say they're part of the manosphere. How do you stop that?
Yeah. Then don't claim them. Don't claim them if they're fake.
Told you we don't.
We don't.
But you just said y'all rock with Pearl because she's advancing y'all's message.
We rock with her because she puts our message out there. Frederick Douglass
right.
said, I work with anybody to do the right thing and nobody do the wrong thing. She's helping us. We would be a fool not to allow her to help us.
But listen to what I'm saying. All the other doxing that's taking place in the space.
You do.
So y'all don't care about that.
We don't.
Yeah. You can't stop doxing. You can't stop doxing.
And y'all can't take
Hunter Biden's laptop.
Hey, listen. I'm one of those people.
Hillary Clinton's emails, doxing.
Hey, listen. All that's fair, fine. My thoughts are when you have something that is, you said y'all not an organization.
Everybody gets doxed. Okay.
No. Everybody don't get doxed because there's a lot of people that don't get doxed. Well, okay.
Hold on.
Let me tell you something. Go ahead.
The whole thing when you have group dynamics and all that, you always go have some type of conflict or different things. What groups that run?
I'm not saying that you don't have that. I'm talking about when it gets nasty.
And that happens in groups too.
Yeah.
That happens.
Fist fights. Okay.
Let me put it to you like this. The GOP.
Y'all got a band-aid for every store. Y'all got a band-aid for every store.
Let me ask you this question.
Y'all got a band-aid for every goddamn store. No, listen to me.
I'm neutral.
Let me ask you this question.
Well, not you. I'm just saying y'all got a band-aid for every store.
What group doesn't do this? What group doesn't do this? Who?
I'm not saying that there's no argument. I'm not saying there's no disagreement.
What group doesn't do
I'm talking about
what group doesn't.
There's a lot of groups that don't. There's a lot of groups that don't.
Like whom?
You don't hear about them.
Like whom?
Why
You don't
is
hear
that?
because you don't hear about them.
Like who?
There's always stages of groups.
Like
There's
whom?
stages.
Who doesn't get doxxed?
What I'm saying is what I'm okay. Put it. Let me give you an example.
Okay,
And I hate to do this. God damn it, I hate to do this.
do it. Come on, man.
But when you look at something like the Jewish community, for example,
They do it all the time. What you talking
you
about?
Believe they do.
hold on. You'll have these one-offs,
No, you don't.
but it's never so heavy to where it's fractured to the point to where they're ineffective. You guys aren't effective
Yes, we
enough
are.
in
Yes, we are.
in an economy. No, well,
Yes, we are.
I don't see it. I don't see it. What
What-
are you guys changing?
What's your measurement? Like, I'll tell you.
No, what's your measure?
Okay. You gonna listen?
Okay, what's y'all's goal?
Are
Okay,
you gonna listen?
I'll
Are you
make
gonna
this a
listen?
little easier for you,
Are you gonna
Manuel.
listen?
In this past gubernatorial election in Georgia, who did they blame for Stacey Abrams' loss?
Oh, I'm not in Georgia. I don't know.
And number one, you don't know. I'm glad you said that. Number two,
Okay. No. I remember. They tried to blame black people. They tried to blame black men.
No,
for
they
Stacey-
weren't blaming
Samuel.
black people.
Kevin
They
Samuel.
were blaming black men.
And Kevin Samuel.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They tried to blame black men for that,
And who do you
I
think?
didn't-
Where do you
I
think
didn't buy
that rise from? So to say we're not having an impact is foolish. Just because you don't
So-
avail yourself to the sources is why you speak the way you do. Dr. T. Hassan Johnson is putting together a political action plan. What do you think Ice Cube got half of the stuff that he got from when he was on Foxo before he got shot down? So you ask about what we're doing, but you're not on the page.
Wait. Ice Cube got what from what?
What do you think Ice Cube got some of the
Half his
information he
ideas.
was talking about on his, I think it was 15-point plan for Black America.
Black people, yeah.
Dr. Claude Anderson had a lot to do with that. Dr. Claude Anderson ain't part of the manosphere.
Where do you think he got some?
Listen, y'all can claim he got some of it. I don't know.
You don't know.
That's
You
what
don't
I'm-
know. You don't know.
What I'm saying, what is the impact? Like I need, what is the impact from a what's a tangible perspective? That's what I want to know. Tangible.
Are you going to listen? Are you going to listen? Are you going to listen?
Yeah.
Okay. When I first got here, unknown entity, right? Disjointed, no impact at all, right? To actually put global prominence, Passport Bros, Kevin Samuels, Black Male Agenda, Boys and Men by Richard Reeves, okay? All that comes from the manosphere, the Black manosphere, okay? In 8 years.
Mm-hmm. What's the impact?
Now, what do you think?
What's
all
the
the
impact?
talking points, what do you think all the talking points?
What's the tangible? I'm looking for like a result. Like okay.
You're not
Measurable
going to get
results.
a
How
daily
has these-
result.
We're not. But you're saying he said for the past 8 years, and I'm neutral on this. But in the past 8 years, you guys had this idea of the manosphere. In the past 8 years, what has the manosphere done to push things forward?
In other words, from unknown to prominence. In other words, you got them.
Okay. So that's what you're saying.
It's popular, but
can I
is it
finish?
impactful?
In other words, why do you think they're changing abortion laws?
Right.
And the trying to change the clause about no fault divorce. That's the push.
You think that? Can you prove that?
Can you prove that? Okay.
Yeah.
Where else does it come from? Where does it come from?
No, can you prove that y'all are the direct reason that abortion laws are changed?
In other words, the change in the environment. Okay, that's what you. What do you think politics do?
Y'all sound like astrologists now. God damn it! Go ahead and tell me the wind and it's what do they call it? A wet wind and an earth moon.
Sound like I need to have a face off next week.
How often do you hear about deadbeat fathers and men being black men particularly being the worst fathers, deadbeat fathers? How often do you hear about that anymore?
I hear about it enough, but I've argued against that. So I did. The manosphere wasn't something that was necessary to argue against that.
But what allows you to argue against that?
Now, yeah.
What I know, I read books and I'm raised by men. What are you talking about? I didn't need the manuscript.
What,
Are you,
hold on.
dude, don't listen. I have never.
Yeah,
Who
that's what
you
you
mean?
think.
Some of
That's what
you
you
mean?
think. That's what you think. That's
Are
not
y'all
true.
nuts, dude? Do y'all know I've been running statistics?
But this is
Dude,
what we're telling you.
you think the manosphere gave me the information that I have to argue on behalf of men?
Probably.
No, it's not even close.
Where'd you get it from? Where'd you get it from?
Jesus Christ.
Where'd you get it
I've
from?
been looking up statistics
Where
all
did you
my
get it
life.
from? Where'd you get it from?
I've been looking up statistics. I can Google
Where
and look up
did you
statistics
get
all
it
my
from?
life. It didn't come from
Where
y'all.
did you get
It
it
came
from?
from
Where did you get it from?
somebody.org.
Where did you get it from?
Somebody.org.
Where did you get it from? Where did you
Somebody.org.
get it from?
Somebody.org. Somebody.org.
Well, then you
Somebody.org.
sound like an astrologist. You don't
Somebody,
know.
no,
You don't know.
somebody's.org. 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 I don't need anything from you dudes to argue. Nothing.
Why would this become of interest to even have a .org present the information?
Why? Hold on. Why did it become to me? Why did it become of interest?
No. You keep saying me. You keep saying me and I. Take me and I out of your vocabulary for the rest of this platform.
I don't know why people use you guys for information. I don't know. I don't know that. I can't answer that question.
But this is what we're trying to tell you because mainstream media is not putting this out.
You're not.
Okay, no, I don't doubt that. Listen, I know for a fact mainstream media ain't ever been on the side of black men. What I'm saying is,
who is?
I don't know who is. I mean, y'all claim me, and y'all might.
We are.
Maybe y'all are.
Who else is?
Listen, if y'all say y'all are, I believe you. I don't know that.
Who else is?
Let me ask you this question.
I don't know. I'm not saying y'all are not.
Fair enough, Manuel. Let me ask you this question. Do you know who Tommy J. Curry is?
No, why do I know who Tommy J. Curry is?
And that proves our point.
Yeah.
Who is he to me? Why do I need to know him?
Yes, you should.
Why?
You should. Go look him up after you're done here.
No. Tell me why I need to know him.
No. You're the man that likes to
No. If you don't tell me how it's going to benefit me, I'm not going to lose anything.
Then don't.
I'm not going to do that. Tommy J. Curry, yeah.
Well, then don't.
Yeah, I ain't doing that.
It's okay.
You know this guy?
Yeah. It's okay.
Why would you? Why wouldn't you look it up if they telling you?
Why? You think I'm going to look up something just because somebody told me? Tell me why.
You don't believe it anyway.
Tell me why.
You don't believe it anyway.
Tell me why. Let me tell you something.
You don't believe it anyway. You don't believe it anyway.
Why? I'm not curious.
No, you're not. No, good. Thank you.
I'm just asking questions.
You're not going to do it anyway. You're not going to do it anyway.
That's not going to happen. No, if I knew the reason.
No.
If there was a reason.
We're wasting our time. Okay?
Put it like this. The things that interest me, if I say XYZ interests me, and somebody tells me to go look into XYZ because that's going to give me the answer to my interest, you got to tell me why. I don't know nothing about this person. I've never heard the name.
He's a foremost scholar of black male studies.
Unless you can denigrate it
in a university.
That's the only way it interests you. You and I have had these discussions before, so don't come.
Wait. Hold on. Say that again. Repeat that again.
He's a foremost scholar all over the world in black male studies.
Hold on, both of y'all talking at the same time.
Hold on. Foremost scholar in black male studies on the planet. That's who he is.
Okay. Now that's an incentive. Now, what were you just saying?
I said the black manosphere doesn't interest you unless you can degrade it.
Yeah.
So let me back up. The black manosphere interested me before the mess.
What mess?
Before the mess.
Which mess?
God, what? Saying the back and forth, the arguing, the
so it sounds like to me
that goes on twice a year. Which mess in particular are you talking about?
Twice a year?
Yes.
You mean the fallout is twice a
Yes,
year? But
yes.
how long does the fallout last?
Like
How long
about
does the fallout
like
last?
about a month.
It sounds like
Twice
they
a
must
year.
be doing something right. That's when you get the mess. The more popularity.
So okay, so twice a year for a
Yeah,
month. This is what we should expect.
yeah. It happens all the time.
Hmm.
If
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
am I right? Am I right,
that
Herb?
just, yeah.
Herb, am I right?
I mean,
Let me
y'all might
ask
be
you this-
right.
Let me ask you this question, Manuel. The GOP dislikes Donald Trump, correct? By and large.
Yeah, yeah,
But will they use him to advance their agenda?
yeah.
This
Do
is
they
what the
like?
Black Manosphere does.
Do,
We
do, do,
take chaos because black men in this country are born of chaos, and we use that to our advantage. I'm not saying that the doxing doesn't happen, but the people that are doxing aren't core members of the Black Manosphere. I understand what you're saying about Osei, but Osei is trying to make money more than anything.
now he is. Yeah.
Don't let him fool you. We see Osei for what he is, but we don't call him out on it. We let Osei rock. You got people like Black Ram 313 who out here doing a masterful job who very few people speak about. Furthermore, you've never listened to a podcast that the Green Gorilla has done, Dr. Neil has done. Those are the type of brothers that we rock with.
Susan Johnson is
Conversation
done.
starters and the conversations are the outcomes that you guys are looking for.
And here's what I have to say. Here's what I have to say.
What did she say? What did you say?
She said the conversation starters are what
The conversation, regardless of what happens, conversations and the topics are being talked about and they're being spread and they're going viral. So that's the measurable outcomes that you're looking for.
Yeah.
Y'all basically looking for the conversation to start.
Yes, because no company starts out as $1 million company.
Yeah.
The Black Manosphere started out from nothing.
Yeah.
And I agree, but what he's saying, his conflict with the manosphere is that if this is supposed to be a positive push forward, then every time some of them are pushing forward with this mess, you're pushing back. Then you have some people that's contradicting what the agenda really is. So it's not. He doesn't see it as really pushing forward at all.
But yet it has gone forward.
Right.
Despite and look, this is an honest and objective critique. I have no dog in the fight.
Okay.
I'm not losing any sleep. My heartbeat won't go over measure behind it. But just from an observational perspective, with and look, what Herbert just said made a lot of sense. You just dropped some names there, and for anybody similar to me, and I do this all the time with everything that I do. I will go and highlight the positives any way, shape, or form that I can. The same way I defend black men all the time. I'm going to highlight the positives. But unfortunately, those negatives have to be explained.
Why?
And those negatives...
Why? Because
it's your house. You got to clean it.
It clean. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't.
What? What? It's your house. You got to explain why that stinking ass trash is right there.
In other words, there's always negatives. There's always negatives. So what?
And just say, hey, that's trash. It's right there in the corner. We're gonna take it out when we get ready to.
America has negatives.
Herbert is shaking his head. He hear what I'm saying. That's trash right there in the corner. We're gonna take it out when we have to.
What BGS is telling you is we don't deal with it. We leave it there. We don't address it because we realize by addressing it, we give it credence. So when you don't address bullshit, it goes away by itself because it's not getting anything. It's not gaining any traction.
It's gaining traction. It's viral.
Let me say this. Let me say this.
It's gaining traction. It's gaining traction
like
because
what?
that's
Like,
the stuff that's going viral.
Give me one. Give me one. Give me one.
Because it's
listen.
And look, I don't have an issue with O'Shea.
Give me one.
Dude. Well, I don't keep y'all names in my mouth. No, your fucking names.
Give me an issue. One.
Listen, again, I just said it. The infighting and the doxing. That's what I talk about.
That happens with everybody.
Okay, and if y'all want to say that's just the trash, taking out the trash, it's fine. What I'm saying is it stinks.
That's part of the process.
It stinks.
Anything.
Y'all don't want nobody to say y'all shit stink. Is that what y'all don't want?
It happens to everybody.
This is what I was saying earlier. It's individuals like you who keep bringing that mess back in here when we have already dismissed it.
I'm not bringing it back. It's still out there.
I said you keep bringing it in here, meaning to the black manosphere. We've already long ago dismissed that nonsense. We don't even deal with the nonsense, but somebody like yourself keeps bringing it back and keeps leaving it at our doorstep saying, what about this? That doesn't matter.
Has the Democratic Party ever taken out the trash to Jeffrey Epstein after like, what, 20 years? Have they taken out the trash? Or is it still there?
No, man, but y'all comparing yourself to a whole political party that's been around for hundreds of years.
Let me ask this. Is there
that's a fair comparison if y'all want to?
No, it's not. It's the same thing. Go ahead.
I mean,
is there issues with the black church?
Oh, of course.
Is there issues even with like the Nation of Islam when they came together and they grew?
Absolutely. So listen, I'm just asking y'all why y'all trash is there and what y'all gonna do about it. That's all I was asking.
What have they done about
it? I didn't say they would. I didn't say there was a difference. I'm just saying they need to do something about it too. Everybody needs to take out their trash.
In other words, we're not any different than anybody else, right?
There's always going to be some shit.
And everybody needs to take out their trash.
All right, Mama, let me ask you this question then.
Y'all don't believe that?
Hold on.
The Catholic Church just needs to keep letting little boys get their
and they still do. They still do.
And they shouldn't do nothing about it. And they shouldn't do nothing about it. Don't do nothing about that.
Let me explain it in this particular fashion. Every country on this planet has its undesirables. Do you think those countries should kill those undesirables? That's how you get rid of stuff permanently. So do you think every country on this planet should kill its undesirables?
Let my expression tell you what I think about that.
I didn't, but that's what you're asking us to do.
Is that practical?
Listen, y'all can do it. Y'all can do it. Y'all have the power.
Is that practical? No, we don't. How do you know? You're not inside. How do you know?
Wait, hold on. Wait. Okay.
You're not inside. I'm getting confused. You're not inside this. You're not. How do you know?
So y'all don't have the. I'm just asking. Y'all don't have the power to stop that.
No.
We keep telling you that it's an electronic organization that happens to have podcasts like this. You can't stop somebody from claiming something. If I wanted to call myself a neo-Nazi, who could stop me?
So y'all don't have the power to like.
You have to live with
where was the power at?
There's
no central organization.
Okay, for the last time, no, we don't. No.
Okay. And you know what? I'll be fair. No, we don't. Okay. And you know what? Let me be fair. Let me be fair to y'all. You're right. Because they couldn't stop Derek Jackson, those shiesty ass either. These women, he turned around to be a shitbag, and they can't, and he's still doing what he's doing either. So all y'all organizations is got all this shit and this trash in it. Ain't nothing y'all can do to take out your trash. I get it.
Every organization.
Y'all can't take out y'all trash.
Every organization. Democratic Party included.
This is why I believe in rocking independent. I will rock independent all day.
Because you don't want the trash, right? Okay.
Yeah, no. I can't do the trash.
Well, then you already know. Nobody can.
Yeah. I can't do.
It's called a democracy, sir. That's what it is.
Yeah, I can't do the trash. Nah, man.
This is not China, okay?
We gonna keep it real small over here. Small and independent. No trash.
Democracy, sir.
Listen. Y'all can have it how y'all can have a big democracy. I'd rather have a small little.
The reason that you can do that is because of that. Try to do that.
Small, keep it little.
Try to do that in China. Try to do that in China.
Hey man, listen, y'all got your ministry.
Try to do that in China, sir. Try to do that in China. Try to do that in China.
No, I'm saying y'all are good. Y'all are good.
You won't let me talk. Try to do that in China.
I don't need to do it. I said y'all are good. I'm still gonna clown stuff that I see. I'm still gonna when I see certain things, I'm still gonna speak on it. I mean, it's not gonna change anything.
Your number 20,131. Go to the back of the
Now,
line.
so okay.
Go
So
to the back of the line. Go to the back of the
so
line.
here's another question. In regards to men that are struggling in the dating and relationship sphere,
Right. Okay.
what are y'all doing? How y'all helping them?
Depends. What's their needs?
No, I mean just how. Anyway, shape, form.
Okay.
Name the ways.
Okay. I just talked to one of my subs. He's 62. He's retiring from the military. He's been married twice. He makes $200,000 a year. He's relocating to Panama. Okay.
Mhm.
What kind of woman does he want? Who's he going to meet? Okay. How's he going to actually get around? Okay. How
Mhm.
doing with that? That's one way. Need another?
Okay,
Dating.
and what about all the young guys that
Give me,
are
give me an
the
example.
the
Give me,
incels,
give,
the incel
give
type,
me,
the
give me an
black
example.
pill types?
The black
I'm
pill.
telling you, the incel type and black
Like
pill
what?
types.
Give me one. Give me an example.
Do you know what an incel and
I
black
do.
pillar is?
I do. Oh, it's a white.
That's
It's
what
a
I'm saying.
white.
So what about those types?
It's a white boy called used to be called true force loneliness. That have a defect, either
Homeboy fishing. He fishing right now.
physical or emotional. Okay, those are
No,
incels.
no, okay. So what I'm saying, those guys that are struggling,
Those are not.
the younger
Those are not.
guys.
Those are
So
not
I would say
incels. Those are not incels.
for it. The 20, I guess, the 20 something to
Give me an
30
example. Give
something
me an example.
lonely guys that are struggling in dating. What are y'all doing to help them?
Kevin Samuels actually brought in actually addressed those guys.
Sure did.
Yeah, like
You weren't paying
2016.
attention.
Yeah,
And that's what I told
I
you.
remember. But okay, so that Kevin Samuel addressed them, and they don't need
A
no more
lot of
help
that.
because they still
Most of that.
complaining.
They're called high value men now. He addressed those guys. Dr. Dunbar was one of those guys.
They're called what now? Wait, they're called what now?
High value men. Dr.
So
Dunbar
wait,
was
hold on.
You gotta
Wait,
stop
wait,
talking
wait.
for you gotta stop talking for a second.
No, I
Stop.
heard you. I'm asking a
No,
question
I
to
know, but
follow up with your
let me
answer.
let me finish first.
Okay, go
Okay?
ahead.
Let me
Go ahead.
finish first. Instead of 5
hmm
seconds. Let me finish, right? Those guys were struggling with women and relationships, right? They earn
hmm
had bachelors or better, earn 6 figures or more, struggling. Kevin was actually brought in to actually solve those problems. Dress better, dress better, be more sociable, develop skills, dating skills, stuff like that. They actually transition to where they're actually getting married now. That's one way. You need another?
So what's the numbers on those guys? So the numbers of guys. So those guys are no longer complaining. Guys are now they're all getting married. They're having sex. They're dating, and they're being successful now. All of them.
Those guys are the one guys that has showed up night after night on Kevin's show. Uh, the women that showed up to actually get those guys. Those guys are actually in demand right now. Those are the guys.
So what about the ones that are still complaining?
Hold on, and not the ones that are still complaining are the ones that aren't willing to put in the work.
Yeah.
You don't
So
get to
okay, there you okay. So what do y'all do with those guys that are
you
still
can't do
complaining and
anything
not
with
willing to?
anybody
what
that
can you-
doesn't want to work.
If
Like
they
it's
don't wanna-
100% success rate with anything.
Yeah.
Let me
So-
ask you a question.
Give me an example.
How did
So
you
y'all don't tell them
Give me
that
an
y'all don't tell them to
example.
shut the hell up if they're not. No, I'm just asking. I don't know how y'all address it, so I'm
You
asking.
keep
we
talking.
can't. We
Give me an
can't silence
example.
anyone.
So no, I'm not saying silence. I'm saying how do y'all address those guys that aren't
We
with
don't.
Which ones? Which ones?
The ones that
I
don't
don't
want to
know.
put in the work,
Listen,
we don't
There's
bother
a lot
with.
of those guys. Which ones?
Oh no, what you said? Hold on, you said a bunch of them put on the work.
People
That
who
what?
don't want to put in work, we don't bother with. If you don't come to work, we ain't here to help you.
And they know that. So y'all turn them around at the door and say, "Go on about your
We
business."
don't turn them around and
no.
we
If you
leave
don't
them
want,
there.
what are you gonna do with them if they don't want to work?
Well, that's what I'm saying. So y'all shoo them on, tell them go on about their business.
Do with them if they don't want to work?
Oh, I tell you to go on about your business if you don't want to work. That's what y'all do.
No, you can
We'll leave them there.
keep fussing until you actually ready to work.
What
What would you do? What would you do? What would you do?
Oh, listen, you can't be you listen. You can't be.
What would you do? What would you do?
You already said you won't
Listen.
kill them.
No. Men bond the best when men labor amongst men, and by that I mean all amount of labor. We know this is men. every man that knows a man has made most of his friends, if not from childhood, he's made it in labor of work, in labor of we labor among men.
How do you
And
do it
for
on the internet?
me,
How do you do it on the internet?
listen,
How do you
listen.
do it on the internet?
Get your bitching and complaining
How
out
do
of
you
here.
do
That's
that
the
on
way
the
I
internet?
respond to it. That's the way I respond to it.
Well then
That's the way I respond to it. I mean, listen. I've had to do it a few times myself. I had a podcast and we sat down and we got trolled by incels. And you pretty much tell them to shut the hell up and go on about
how do
their
you know
business
they're
and
how
quit
do you know
crying.
they're in how do you know
Yes,
they're
but
incels?
generally those incels,
How do you know they're incels?
number one, and number two, those incels are not appearing on panels like this. When they do, we read them the riot act. BGS used to have on Saturday nights what we used to call the
Mhm.
Coliseum. He would sit an incel, somebody who was struggling in a chair, and he would get peppered with questions until he actually did one or two things. He understood what we were talking about, or he relented, took his ass on, and never came back.
Yeah.
It's been done. You haven't been party to it, and this is
And
what
that's why I asked.
Well,
That's why I
well,
asked. I asked the question.
you got your answer then, didn't you?
Hey, listen, listen. So from now on, when I see dudes doing all this crying and complaining, I'm gonna tell them the manosphere don't want your ass either. So you
No,
need to
no.
go on about your business.
In other words, come and get coached. Come and get coached.
they they wearing manosphere capes and talking that talk
How
because
do you
they're
know?
looking
How
for.
do you know they're wearing a ministry case? What are they talking about?
because they claim y'all. Listen, like you just said, anybody can claim y'all. And so what I'm going to tell
So,
them now is I heard actual manosphere dudes tell me that
so
y'all
what?
can't do all this
So
crying and
what did they?
complaining
So
and
what did?
get your
So
ass
what?
out of here.
What did they say when they had the cape on? What did they say?
They just complain about women. And
But
they
No, no,
complain about pay,
no.
they complain they
That's
complain about
general.
dating and
What?
they,
What?
they
No.
complain
What?
about paying
What?
50-50
What?
for date. They complain about paying 100% for a date. That's what
So,
they complain
so
about paying for a bill
yeah,
for a date. That's what
yeah,
they do. And I
yeah.
remember Kevin Samuels saying, "Shut the hell up. You pay for the whole date." But they don't echo that sentiment. That don't go viral from y'all.
that's
That went
precisely
viral.
what we're talking about. They are cherry picking.
That's a societal problem. Okay.
Listen,
That's a so-
listen. Okay, I'm not talking about society. I'm just talking about them. I'm just talking about them.
no. The thing is,
I know it's more men than the manosphere.
you have to listen to the goddamn answer. Okay. You have to listen to the answer. Okay. If you want to talk, otherwise there's no sense in it, right?
I'm listening, but I mean, I already heard what you
No, no,
said.
no,
You
you
mean you
haven't.
said
No,
that's
you
already
haven't.
been addressed?
How you gonna hear me? How you gonna hear me if you keep talking? Why you keep
Go
talking
ahead.
and listen? All right.
Go ahead. I heard you already.
You can't retrain people overnight. Okay. They've been brought up that way. Okay. You've been taught that by the society, by your women,
Mhm.
50-50, right? Okay. I got mine. Okay. I'm making more than you. It's a competition. Okay. That's what's happening. That's society. Okay. You can't retrain that overnight. Those values went
Yeah.
out with 20 years ago.
So y'all need more time.
It's,
The
it's
thing
not
is,
it's, it's,
it's
it's
not a
not
matter of more
about
time.
time. Let me put it to you like this: when I ran my mentoring program, I was addressing kids 6 to 18. People would ask me, "Is it 6 years old too young?" I would say it's not young enough. This is the reason why black women don't want to let black men get their hands on their sons. Because if they do, they realize that we're gonna stop the bullshit from which they profit from, and then turn them around and say, look, when we get of age, we're not dealing with the bitches that y'all raised, because that's what a lot of these women are raising now. You can't say that on certain platforms because it gets you banned. In the black manosphere, there have been black women who have had hit lists for people and have had their channel snatched. So when you ask what the black manosphere has overcome, I will tell you, look at this platform. Look at all the other people who still have channels that have had them snatched and have come back. We've had to be resilient when nobody else has had
Okay.
friction.
The thing is, what does a man get for paying 100% on dates? What does he get?
Listen,
What does he get?
I
No, no,
don't
no,
wait.
no,
Wait,
no, no.
wait,
What does he get?
wait,
Answer the question. What does he get? What does he get? No. What does he get? What do you used to get 20 years ago? She cooked. She cleaned. She was a
He
wife,
was
right?
married then, so it didn't
Yeah.
pull up. It
No, no, no.
doesn't apply to him per se.
In
But
other words,
yeah,
you're courting a wife back then. What are you courting now?
Wait. Oh, okay, no. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. So, okay, we're talking. So you're talking about the motive of dating.
Yes.
So, okay, I can't see the motive. See, I don't want to go. So if I go down that rabbit hole,
Go ahead.
then we got to start judging the men pretty harshly because we know
No,
good
no,
and
no.
well how
Both,
They've
both,
goddamn
always
men.
sides.
been
Both
judged
sides.
harshly.
Both
That's nothing
sides.
new.
Yeah. Both sides.
Okay, so who? If you're pay, if you invite a woman out,
Mm-hmm.
you pay for the goddamn date.
Why?
It's never been
Why?
it's never been no because you invited her out.
Why? Okay. Why?
Because you invited her out.
Okay. Why did
She was sitting her ass at home. You invited her out.
why did it start that way?
It don't matter.
Yes, it
Listen,
does.
you don't.
Yes, it does.
Let me
Yes, it
tell you,
does.
you
Yes,
don't
it
get
does.
to invite nobody out
No,
of the
no, no. You're
comfort of
not
where they
listening to me.
are and not compensate them.
That's why. That is why you don't get the answer that you desire. Why is
Who is this dude G that's talking about listen and learn, young man? Boy, let me tell you something. I'm not I do this.
how old are
This
you,
is
man?
bro.
How old are you, man? How old are you?
Listen,
How old are you?
I'm
How old are
41
you?
and I've had success
I'm
in these
50.
arenas.
You're a young man to me.
Okay, listen,
You're
I'm
my
talking about this
son's age.
dude.
You're my son's
Listen,
age.
I am 41 and I've had
Yeah,
success
folks
in
will
these
tell
areas.
you
I can talk this
It
shit
doesn't
all day.
matter. It doesn't
I can
matter.
talk.
It doesn't matter. It
So
doesn't
there. No.
matter. Listen,
When you have succeeded, when you have
listen,
succeeded,
listen to
you
me.
can talk your
Listen,
shit.
listen
You
to me.
can't tell. You can't
It does.
tell Steph Curry how to shoot a jump shot. You can't.
Steph
You
Curry,
can't.
listen. Just to learn
You
from the
can't tell.
pride.
But you can't tell him how to shoot a jump shot.
He
Yes,
knows,
he's
but he
addressing
knows
the
why.
If
He
you
knows why.
he's
He
going
knows
to address
why.
that.
Yeah.
if you're gonna ask me why you pay 100%, I'm
Yes.
making it very simple.
Why?
If you invite a person out
Mm-hmm.
of their comfort to join you anywhere,
Okay.
you accommodate them because you invited them out. But hold on, but I'm gonna go a step further.
Go ahead. Okay.
If you invite a woman to your crib
Mm-hmm.
and she comes over, this is the same thing I tell young men all over the place. You invite a woman to your house and she shows up empty-handed.
Empty-handed. Yep.
You put her in another category.
Yep.
See. Let me tell you something. Herbert and I know he probably won't let y'all know this. Y'all go down my page. Y'all go look at my reels and look at the riots I read these women because I don't play on either side with either gender.
So
I
what?
don't play on either side with either gender. So
So what
what
happened?
I'm
So
saying
what
is,
happened? What happened to break that up?
what happened to break what up?
Men-
To where men stop paying
Yes,
100%.
yes.
Yeah.
What happened?
They started failing.
No,
They
Mm-hmm.
started failing.
no, no.
They stopped vetting the women that they invited out.
What kind of women were
They
they
stopped
getting?
vetting them. They stopped vetting them.
Why?
They
Why?
stopped
Why?
because they lazy. They're punks. They wasn't raised right. I don't know why they stopped.
No. They weren't raised right. That's part of it. That's part of it. What changed? What changed?
That's on their parents then.
No. What changed their parents? You want to solve it? Got to find out why. Want to solve
Listen,
it?
hey, if you want to call it single mothers, you could blame who you want.
No.
But
It's more. It's more than that. It's more than that. It's more than that.
that's who you're blaming. If that's who you're blaming.
No,
I'm in my 60s.
it's not just them. They're
I
a
got a
product.
major battle
They're a product.
going on
No,
here.
that's a product of society. What happened?
Yeah, of course okay, of course they are. But what I'm saying is, when I'm just talking about the complaining. I'm just talking about the complaining. And again, I've heard Kevin Samuels, like Herbert said, the cherry picking is problematic because I heard Kevin Samuels say very clearly,
Where did he get it from?
women
Where did he get it from?
he got it from the same place I got it from.
No, he didn't.
No, he didn't.
Manosphere.
Who?
Yeah.
Kevin. I brought Kevin in.
So, okay.
I, hold on a
You're
second.
right. Maybe y'all raised Kevin, but my father raised me, and he ain't from no manosphere.
What changed? Man? What changed? What changed?
Maybe y'all schooled Kevin and taught Kevin he need to pay 100%.
What changed?
Hey, y'all schooled Kevin.
What
Yeah,
changed?
I don't know what changed.
You're not
I don't
listening.
know.
You're not listening.
Kevin
Okay,
wasn't raised by. Kevin didn't have a daddy. Kevin didn't have a daddy.
He's not going to listen to her.
Listen, Kevin Samuels did
that's
not have a
why
daddy.
I'm wasting my time. I'm wasting my time.
No,
Go ahead.
yeah,
Go ahead.
Kevin Samuels didn't have a daddy.
I'm gonna mute up.
Hold
Yeah,
on.
Kevin Samuels didn't have a daddy. He didn't have a daddy, so the manosphere had to raise him.
No,
The
no.
people that have these ideas don't have what they're preaching to other people.
Say that again, Shaughnessy.
Most of the people that are these agendas are saying you're supposed to do it this way, you're supposed to do it that way. They're old and unmarried too. So
Yes, but
Yep.
why am I listening to you?
Yep.
but the thing that BGS is trying to
Yep.
tell Manuel is this: there arose a point in time where dating and mating no longer became the men picking up the woman, the man taking her out, her reciprocating in some way. So he felt compelled to pay that way. I'll put it to you like this: go listen to the Steve Harvey interview, and then go listen to the people who are talking about what Steve Harvey says. Steve Harvey says that a woman shouldn't have to bring anything to the table because she has the ability to reproduce you. Half of the black men in this country don't have kids. Some of them don't want kids like myself. So if the only ability that a woman brings to the table is to reproduce herself, she is no good to me. So what else can she do for me? And this is the question that black men are asking now, because as we talked about earlier, women are moving into that provider role. So if a woman's going to move into that provider role, then she has to give something. Women do not want to give. They still want to hold on to the old social contract the way it was because it benefits them. And they still want to engage in the modern ways and get the job that pays them that money because it benefits them financially. But they don't want to part ways. This is what BGS is talking about when he says society has to change it, because by and large, most of these men are being raised by the women, by their mothers, pardon me, who are teaching them outmoded folkways and mores. This is what he's trying to get across to you, but you refuse to grasp it as is. Don't add anything to it. Take it as is, because you're not going to tell your son to go deal with a woman who slept with 15 cats, maybe had an abortion, and she ain't going to do nothing for you but siphon off your money. I know you ain't going to tell your son that. I don't even know you need to know, even though you ain't going to tell your son that.
No, there's a different conversation. There's a different conversation.
It's not a different conversation. It's the same what we having. You want it to be different because now it pertains to your son.
No. I'm saying the conversation we have is you avoid her.
But how do you avoid her if nobody's taught you what to avoid?
They gonna come to the manosphere and y'all gonna raise them up so they can learn how to avoid.
What about people that have never heard of the black manosphere?
Then they can come holler at me, because I'll tell you in a heartbeat. Listen, you don't deal with a certain caliber of woman. Period. You don't deal with them. You don't deal with a woman in a bonnet and pajamas. You don't deal with them.
We from the staff. There's too many out there.
Let me get in BGS. Let me get in one more time.
Okay.
How long you been in Texas? How many years? You. Roughly.
Oh, I'm not in Texas.
I'm sorry.
I'm not in Texas. Listen. I was in Dallas years ago, and then I was in Seattle a year ago. I'm in Kentucky now. I move all the time. I'm always moving.
Well, let me ask you this question. In Texas, a few years ago, there were women looking for married black men to mentor their children. Did anyone call you?
I absolutely remember that.
Did anyone call you?
Yeah.
How many of those women called you?
We had there was a group. We had.
Those women called you.
I'm trying to tell you, we had an exclusive group, and it was a group of women that contacted a group of us men and said, "Hey, on the weekends, on y'all spare time, do y'all mind getting with our boys?" Yeah, absolutely.
And did you do it? Did you appear physically?
I had an obligation.
That's a no. Thank you.
No. I had an obligation. You want to hear what that was?
No,
I have a cousin. I have a cousin that's a single mother who's now a widow. I had an obligation. I'm finna go take care. I'm finna take care of my family first. Take care of my family first. And then I will go deal with the young riffraff.
You're supposed to. I understand. I'm not holding that against you. All I'm simply saying is this: you didn't do it because you had an obligation. You don't think these married men have obligations? You don't.
Listen, Some of them did, some of them didn't. I went and took care of my people right there
You're
first.
supposed to.
Yeah,
I applaud you for that.
but
But
but everybody was participating in something like that.
but what I'm saying is this: you get these single mothers, you get these kids, especially these young men, young boys, and they get them to their teenage years, and then they realize they done fucked up. They can't control them. How did Bob Deep say we all own and grow to be on the cops' control? That's when women won't help. They don't want help when they're 2 and 3. They won't help when they're 15, 16. Then they can't do anything with them because that boy looked them in the eye and said, "I'll whoop your ass." That's when
Who's gonna help them when they 2 and 3?
Say it again.
What?
I said, who's gonna help the women when the kids are 2 and 3?
That's
Dad.
when you're
I was about
supposed
to say, that's
to.
That's
The
the prime
father.
time. Oh,
Yeah, the father.
God, you got kids and you don't understand this, man.
No. I said, who's going to help them?
Their
Like,
father.
from no, from,
It goes
okay,
back to
okay,
the decision that the woman makes.
no. There you
why
go.
you
But
say
I was like, take the father out of the picture.
Why? How can
That's
you?
the problem.
Hold on. Let's say he's. This is what I'm asking. Let's say he's out of the picture. Let's say
Okay.
he's gone.
Okay.
Who's gonna step in to help the woman that got a 2 or 3 year
Her
old?
family.
Her family.
Okay, listen,
A
y'all,
relative.
When
y'all
when
haven't seen my. Wait, hold on. Y'all haven't seen my reel on black women protection. y'all
We
haven't
see, we
seen
see,
it.
we
If
see it.
y'all,
We see it all the time, and we see this
no,
kind.
you ain't seen. No, mine.
We see this. We see this kind of stuff all the time, man. We play this stuff all
My
the time. Not yours.
play what?
The
Oh,
real
yeah, because
female protection. All the
yeah,
time.
because when I speak on black women protection, we might be on the same page and y'all just don't realize it.
No,
We
we are.
already know what it is.
We're arguing from two sides of the coin. Don't get.
Okay.
First of all, let me.
Okay. Let me ask you this question about the black manosphere. Why does it still grow if it's negative?
Hey, I didn't say it was negative. I just asked y'all why y'all had so much mess. I never said it was negative.
Yes, you did.
Wait, hold on.
Herb,
Do you remember,
is
do
that?
you remember what I said initially? Hold on, wait, back up. Do you remember what I said
Did you
very
not hear that,
initially?
Herbert? Herbert, did you not hear that? What'd you hear, Herbert? What'd
I
you hear?
asked y'all why y'all had so much mess.
No. What do you before that? Okay. What did you hear, Herbert?
What are we doing? Why is there so much stuff going on? Why don't we eliminate people?
And the black man is just full of shit. Okay. Black man.
Yeah, because it is full. It is full of it. It has it. Now, hold on.
Is
What did I
that
say before?
is that positive? Is that positive?
Oh, there we go. What did I say before I
is that
said that?
positive? Is that positive?
I said there was. That was the first thing I said.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
When you're done with this live, download it, play back what I said
Herbert.
when I first started mentioning it.
Because the reason why you came.
Yes.
No. I said when I first I said when I first came across the black manosphere, I thought it was great. I thought it was a lot of positivity. I said, as of late, most people, I said, there is a bunch of mess right now. And I asked y'all where the mess was coming from.
But it was your thing. After you got into it, what did you find out? That it was what?
Oh, I'm not into it.
Okay. After you got into it, what did you find out? And what did you say? You've been back the last hour and a half. Okay. Doesn't sound positive to me.
Oh, you saying what do I know now after listening to y'all?
No. I'm talking about after you first found out about it and got into it.
Okay, when I first found out about the manosphere, it was all positive.
Okay.
I was like, this sounds great. This is beautiful.
And then
the goddamn mess and all the little shady shit and the stinking shit and the lack of integrity and all that disgustingness. I said,
In other words,
I said,
that's negative, right? That's negative, right?
I said, oh.
Is that negative?
I said, woo.
Is that negative?
No, it is.
Have you ever used any of their principles?
No.
Why?
Do y'all understand? Y'all didn't create some of this basic shit.
We're aware of that, but what we're
okay. Do y'all think? No, he's just asking a question. I'm gonna be frank, man. I was raised by a generation of men. I didn't. The things that y'all are talking about, the things that I was talking about 20 years ago.
So what went wrong?
With who? With y'all?
With the whole society, not just us. Whole society.
Listen. It's been failed. Women, men, all of it.
So how
Y'all
do you
already ironed that out.
so how
Y'all, y'all
how
ironed that out.
do you fix it? How do you fix it? You can't iron it out.
No, y'all fix it the way y'all fixing it. I fix it by leaving the people to the wilderness and letting them fend for themselves. Y'all fix it
Okay,
by
well then,
having conversations and bringing them along. That's good. Continue doing their work. That's
well,
good work.
well, thank you. Well, thank you. That's the first part of
It's good work.
the manosphere. Okay, good.
I'm leaving them. I'm leaving them to the wilderness.
Well, good. Well, good.
Listen,
Well, good.
what is it? What is it? Let natural selection have its way.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
Well,
No.
this country can't afford that, because if that was the case,
Yeah.
there'd be a lot of women and children who would fall by the wayside.
Listen.
And it comes out of your pocket too.
Listen. Hopefully, listen, y'all. Listen, between y'all, Susan Vinker, and a whole bunch of other, I'm guarantee you, eventually, people's minds is gonna get right, and they gonna figure it out.
The Susan Baker
Eventually,
talk.
they just gonna
The
figure it right
Susan
on out.
Baker talk to black men.
What's that?
The Susan Baker actually talk to black men.
No.
She's interviewed a few. Matter of fact, one of her. That's how I actually came across her. I saw her doing a collaboration with her brother, like over a year ago or some good little while ago, and it popped up then, and then she popped back up in my feed again. And I was like, let me go ahead and subscribe because I
Because
remember what she was
I
talking
But
about. So
remember
mind you,
she,
Susan
she's
Baker
not the
like
she's
like
not the
8 9
first
years
one.
ago. Yeah, you're not the first
but
one.
but she but she's but honest. But so let me frame it differently. She's in the whole relationship coach, dating
No, but
coach
that's what I'm
arena
telling you.
that way.
Does she?
She's not the first one. She's the one that you know of. There's a woman named Karen Strong who's been talking about this for almost 15, 20 years.
Yes.
Listen, I'm not arguing. I'm just saying there are other people doing and speaking the same things without having siphoned it from the manosphere
Yes, they
because they
do.
come
Yes,
from a
yes, they
generation
do.
because
Yes,
they
they do.
come from a generation no because they come from a generation of people like my uncles and my father and my grandfather. Those old people don't know y'all exist, and it's not that's not me poo pooing y'all. I'm saying principles about men and women have been in existence since existence,
So
and
how
people have these conversations.
how do they fix it in this modern era? How do they fix it?
They fix it by telling us to do it the way they did it, and I agree.
You
But that
can't.
society no
You
longer
can't do it.
exists, so
Yeah,
you
you can't.
can't.
Yeah.
Okay, you have to add some nuance to that, right? You got
Like
to
what?
bend a
Like
little in some
what?
way, shape, or form.
Like what?
I
Like
mean,
what?
whatever nuance you want to add to
No,
it.
no,
Like
no, no, no,
again,
no, no, no. You said it.
there's nothing. No,
No, no,
there's
no, no, no,
nothing
no.
you can do.
No, grounded. What? Like what? Give me one.
You got to bend a little.
Like what?
Let me ask, to follow BGS question up, and I'll make it a little easy for you. What can men do to make marriage more appealing to women?
What can men do to make marriage more appealing to women?
That you're saying bend. So what do men need to do?
What can men do to make marriage more
Yeah,
appealing than women?
we start that. We'll start there. Yeah.
The only thing men can do to make marriage more appealing to women is just go back just to being providers like you used to be.
Now, how do you
Take your
do
ass
that
to
when the
work.
job market does not allow
how
you
much
to
does
do
that
it?
take? How much does that take?
How much? You mean how much time?
No, how much
How
money?
much money? Yeah.
Shit. Okay, so see,
Nah, nah,
wait. Okay, no, to marry a woman, no, to marry a woman.
Mm-hmm.
You talking about a woman with no kids, just you and her?
It's you and her. Yeah.
You need about 50. I'd say you need to be right coming. You need to be knocking on the door of 45 to 50K.
How
You need to
many
And
be
I'm
knocking
just
on
thinking
that
now
door.
how
the
many
women are
how
going
many
to
single
take
black
a
men
house.
actually earn that much money? A percentage.
Hey, listen, I don't know. I know that's the average income of black men
No,
somewhere
no, no.
around about
Okay.
upwards of
Uh, uh,
40K.
the average
Now,
black man.
now, hold on. Now, hold on.
I'm getting ready to tell. I'm getting ready to tell you. Okay.
Hold on. Wait.
I'm
Let
getting
me
ready to
let me
tell
let
you.
me
I'm
let me
getting ready
finish
to tell
answering
you.
that question though. Let me finish answering that question.
All right.
Now, here's where bending goes. Because I'm gonna flip it back on the woman just a little bit.
No,
A
no, no,
man
no, no,
can
no,
make
no, no. We're
a
only
man can make
talking
the
about
average.
the men
Hold
because
on.
that's what
Wait, hold on.
you have been saying.
Listen, what I'm saying. A man can make the average salary
Okay.
in America and provide for a woman. Now, are we talking about in a major metro area?
No, no, no.
At
No,
that point,
across
no.
the board. Across the board. Across the board. Okay. Across the board.
Oh, if you're making an average salary in Louisville, you fine.
no,
But if you make an average, if you making an average salary, I can tell you right now, if you're making an average salary in Seattle, you shut down. You're not doing it.
Give me a number.
But that's what we're
50,
talking about.
right? 50,
I just
right? Okay. What's the
so I
percentage?
say
What's the percentage of black men actually earning $50,000 a year? Percentage.
oh, I don't know. I don't know. I just know it's not a lot. I know it's not all of them.
16%. 16.
Well,
16.
but I said average. But I said hold on.
What's the
Hold on.
average male weekend?
Hold wait. Hold on. No, y'all can't nail me down there because what did I say? I said if he's making the average salary and he's not in a major metropolitan area, he can make it happen. What I would
I'm
urge
just
black
curious.
men,
Because I'm interested in where he was going with
it's
this.
over
So what
40.
do you
It's
feel
over
the-
40.
In other words, there's only 16% of men that make that amount of money, black men that are single in America. Black men,
So-
16%.
In other words, you have less than half of the black men who are making more than $50,000.
45% of black men, single black men in America, make less than $20,000 a year. What do you do with that?
That's kind.
Yes.
I'll show. I'll pull up the chart for you in a minute. I'm looking for it right now.
Remember
So,
last
I'll
week?
show it to you.
Oh, Shaughnessy, you may not have been here when he pulled that chart up.
BlackDemographic.com.
Like we got
here's the problem with those numbers. You listen. Y'all throw whole numbers out there like they speak.
I'm
So
going to show that to you. Okay, I'm going to show it to you.
we're talking about when they're talking about black men. Give me the age group. Give me the age group.
I'm going to show
You
you.
bring it down in age group.
Give
Give me 25 and up.
25
Give
to
me-
41. These are millennials. 25 to 41.
Yes, give me 25 to 41.
20 to 50, 39%. 50,000, 50K and over, right?
Hold on, wait. 20 to 50, what?
20, 50K is 39%, right? Okay. Over 50K is what? 16%.
Wait. 20 to 50K. Hold on, wait. 20 to 50K is
39%.
39%. Right. Okay. So
45% of black men in America, single black men in America, from
wait. No, go back. Go back to that number, 20 to 50K. Why is there such a large gap? 20 to 50. Why is that such a large gap?
That's what they broke it down.
I was just about to say because that's a huge difference.
Split the difference. Yeah, split the difference.
Okay.
What is the difference?
50,
You want to go 40? So
now, go by the chart. 50K and over. What is it? 16%.
I get that. So let's go to the 20 and 50K. Now look, I'm gonna tell every black man, if you make 40,000 and you really want to be married, get off the coast. That's number one. And I'm saying this as a black man who's not telling black men this based on what I think. I'm telling you what I know because I've lived in more places in the United States than 99% of you.
Okay.
You can't do it in Atlanta. You can't do it in LA. You can't do it in New York. You can't do it in Boston. You can't do it on the coast. You got to come more inland when the cost of living drops by about 20%.
So where are the jobs at in this inland place?
Well, first of all, you got to stop smoking weed and get back to going to do work jobs that require you to take a drug test. That's what you got to do. All y'all dumbasses want to smoke weed. You can't do that. You got to cut it out.
So
sorry, you can't. You can't.
Look at the people that men actually will earn less than $20,000 a year.
The less than where's that at?
All the way to the right.
All the way to the right. 23% less than under 20K, and 20% with no income. That's 45% of the black men. Okay, 45%. What do you do with that? What do you do with that?
They make less than what?
Less than 20K. 45% make less than 20K.
Oh,
That's extreme poverty.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Wait. Why would I convince a woman to marry them?
It's not about, see, this is what you're missing. It's not about you convincing those women to marry. Those women in that category think they qualify for the men on the far left.
Yes.
How do you get
those? Okay, wait.
It's not enough
now. Men. Okay. So let's dial it back. Mm-hmm. The only way I'm gonna tell a woman to marry a man that's making that much money if she works her ass too. Okay. If she does not want to work as well, I've already covered this. If a woman does not want to work with a man as well, and a
Okay.
man is not on his trajectory, she needs to get with an older man. That I don't argue that.
Okay.
So it seems
Okay.
That's
like
what you do.
that's the trend that should be happening.
In other words, let's look up at the Generation X. I think I should have it. Okay. Looks very similar. These are facts. These are not made up. These are actually uh, come from SSA and census. See if I can find the Generation X. I do believe I have it. Demographics.com. Millennials. Let me see if I find Gen X. I know I have it. Maybe it's not here. Millennial. Oh, okay. Got to find it. Let me go find it. But it's very similar to Gen X, and they're between the ages of what is it, 55 and 40 and 41. Very similar. What do you do with that? That's the problem that you're facing. What do you do with that? There's not enough men already.
So let me tell you something for the men that are
Mm-hmm.
making no
Mm-hmm.
money.
Mm-hmm.
What's your work ethic?
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm going to tell you, having lived everywhere in this country, every region now,
Mm-hmm.
I've crossed the United States in a span of 6 years from east to west, right? You can work a regular job and you can also get some money another way. So I know the money can be made. Now,
What's the other way?
I don't urge
A
if
second
you
job, a
a
trade.
second fucking
Hold on,
job.
hold on.
It's what I did in my 20s. What are
Mm-hmm.
we talking? It's what I did in my 20s. I worked two
Mm-hmm.
jobs while I was in college. I don't
Mm-hmm.
want to hear this shit. Listen,
Okay.
you put
All
your
right.
head down and go to work. Now, hold on. Now, let me be fair. Black
Mm-hmm.
man, if you putting your head down and getting to that money, you don't
Mm-hmm.
take shit. Period.
Mm-hmm.
I said that in the beginning of this. If you
Mm-hmm.
got your head down and
Mm-hmm.
you don't take shit. You find a woman to pair with. And there
Mm-hmm.
are plenty of women who just want a hard working man.
So yeah,
There's plenty of them.
That's what you
uh-huh,
hear.
really?
But
Okay.
that ain't the
Now,
reality.
now,
Not reality.
if she, hold on, wait. If she's trying to be an Instagram model, that's not it. Stop. And if y'all in the manosphere are teaching these men how to vet women, great. But I think the process of vetting women for younger men is off. Uh-oh, LA just won.
Yeah, they
There you
Yeah,
did.
I,
go.
I knew they would. I
Yeah,
knew it was
yeah,
over.
they
I knew it was
did.
over. I knew it
Three
was over.
one.
You
Yeah,
gonna flip your house
I
It's
like
knew it
that,
was over.
man?
I said that
it's a
last.
wrap.
I
It's a
said that
wrap.
last night. I said that last night.
Oh,
I
It's a
said that
wrap.
last
oh,
night.
You know what?
look,
You want to make your brother smile.
look. She laughing. She laughing because men argue all day. You bring some sports into some shit. All of a sudden,
Oh
we get
yeah.
on the same
Oh,
page for 5 seconds.
I don't even
Yeah.
argue about it anymore. I just it's just data to me now.
Yeah.
It used to.
Well, no,
But no,
but look,
I generally just don't. I don't believe in men exhausting themselves for women that will not appreciate them. Period. I don't care. I don't care how cute she is. I don't care how. None of that matters. None of that matters. If she's not getting with your program,
yeah.
she does not exist to you. Like she don't exist.
But-
You got to have blinders on
Right.
to
And
anything
that's
that won't
part of the
rock with
problem
your
that
program.
that's part of the problem that these young brothers have. They're so drawn by the anatomy, if you will, that they don't know how to say no. And that's one of the things as you're saying, Kevin
Yeah,
echoed.
yeah,
And
yeah,
they're
yeah.
driven by that. They're more driven by that than they are
Yeah.
saying no. So when you couple that with the way society and the culture is, you get some of these boys that get caught up. Case in point,
All right.
um, um, the basketball player that had the kid by
Yeah,
the what's the name chick. You
I
know
know who
where
you.
I'm going. You know where I'm going.
Yeah,
He didn't have anybody to
Now
tell him
pull it
no.
up real
So
quick,
now
Gen
he
X.
caught up with this chick. Conversely, we got the Moroccan soccer player whose mother put him D.
Age 45 to 55, right? Over 50K. What is it? Was it 23%? Over 50K?
Yeah.
23
23.1.
percent. Yeah. 45 to 55. outside the dating
Blow
range.
blow that up a little bit. Blow that up a little bit for me.
Get rid of add. Let me save it. Opening a new tab. Add that. Here we go.
No, I can see it. Okay, I see it. Yeah, listen. I don't urge. I mean, Herbert,
And
what you just said is probably the other biggest thing to battle is getting young men to look beyond the anatomy of a woman. That listen, it's incredibly difficult.
oh,
Bro,
oh,
bro.
now
Let
it's
me
difficult. Oh my goodness.
no
Oh,
now
now it's
no no
difficult.
now that part I've been dealing with. I've been dealing with 21
Oh,
and unders for
oh,
how many
really?
years has it been now? It's been
Oh, really?
17 years now.
Oh, really?
Now, let me tell you,
Mm-hmm.
when I pull these brothers to the side
Mm-hmm.
and I let them know. So okay, I'll give you a case in point. I'm in Louisiana. I'm in New Orleans a couple years ago. Young
Mm-hmm.
brother come to me, bachelor's degree. He making about 40, a little bit over 40K. He's
Uh-huh.
hitting the gym, looking good for himself. He in New Orleans and he feeling real good. And he like, hey man, I'm finna go out. And I said, hey, let me holler at you for a second.
He's not an incel though, is he?
I said, no. He just cool dude. I said, let me
Mm-hmm.
holler at you for a second, man. Before you,
Uh-huh.
I said, what you getting into this weekend? Oh man, you know what I'm finna get into. You know what I'm finna do. I said, okay, well let me tell you something. So let me just give you a little bit of advice, brother.
Mm-hmm.
I said, you in New Orleans.
Is
A
he paying
lot of
100%?
these fine.
Is he paying
Oh,
100%?
oh, yeah, he do. But let me tell you what I told him.
Mm-hmm.
I said, you in New Orleans, young brother, and for most of these women here, these good looking ones, they gonna recognize that you ain't from New Orleans.
Mm-hmm.
They gonna recognize that you got it going on. I said, and they want to leave New Orleans to where they want to leave New Orleans when you leave. They
Mm-hmm.
can see. I said, so brother, this is what you do. I said, you got something to lose because he
Yep.
got a career, he got a little bit of money, he got a degree. I said, you got something going for yourself, which means you got something to lose. I said, if she ain't got nothing to lose, don't pair with her at all. So he said, well, how the hell am I supposed to work that out? I said, damn. I said, well, there's a big medical industry right here in New Orleans, right? Yeah, man. I said, okay, well, where you finna go? I said, when you hang out, I need you to make sure you hang around these universities where these medical places are. He said, man, it ain't lit over there. I said, it don't need to be lit. I said, because the women that are coming in there having their coffees and drinking and chilling, they coming from school. They got their RNs. I said, and when you get ready to roll up out here, you leaving. He didn't leave with one, but he went to Houston, found him one, and they working on getting engaged. Because I'm like, bro, I understand in New Orleans they look good and they can cook good, but they just a little bit of they a little. I don't want nobody from New Orleans to see this and say something to me. I love my.
How old?
I'm-
How old was he? How old was he?
he was 27. He was 27.
Okay, he's a little older.
Okay.
Okay.
27 at the time.
Mm.
27 at the time. But he listened because I'm like, bro, I understand this. New Orleans is, if you've lived in it, visiting New Orleans does no justice. It's living in New Orleans, and it's one of those cities that's small and live,
Mm-hmm.
and they have that mix of Creole and everything else, and some of those sisters out there, they
Mm-hmm.
that right blend of everything certain brothers want, but
Mm-hmm.
they're wise and hip. They're very wise and hip, and they can be a trap too. So I'm like, hey, find you one that got something to lose too, and you'll be all right. He's good, man. He's doing real good out there. He's doing real. He's in Houston now. He's booed up. He's doing good.
Houston,
He left there.
Houston,
He didn't leave with no
Houston's a major trap. So as far as women, you want
Houston. But see, he found his girl as soon as he got to Houston. I said because you're not gonna survive two major
it,
cities, young brother. You ain't
it,
gonna
it,
survive two of them.
Atlanta, Houston, and DC, main places.
Let me tell you something. Let me. Before I go, I'm gonna let y'all know some real shit. Okay, let me explain something.
Mm-hmm.
I was young, married, and in Miami,
Mm-hmm.
Oh
and I
God.
survived. I survived. Wait, I survived. I survived Miami,
Mm-hmm.
and then I took my ass back to Atlanta.
Yeah. And what happened?
Two wretched cities, man.
I left Atlanta. I left Atlanta divorced. Couldn't make it.
Exactly.
Couldn't.
In other words, the two major hot spots for black women is three:
You.
Houston, Atlanta, and DC. Always been that way.
I would tell young men. I would tell young men to you get out of those areas if you can't, because the work determines where you're gonna. Sometimes your work determines where you're
Yeah,
gonna be.
ultimately,
Everybody
yeah.
doesn't have, you know what I'm saying. So it's hard to tell a brother that's getting ready to, bust into the 70K range to leave Houston, Dallas, Atlanta, to leave these places. Like, how you gonna tell them to leave? Because you know what I'm
but
saying.
you have variety. You have to pick
Yeah,
at the
and
top.
to fighting variety in Atlanta, get the fuck out of here,
I
man.
would, to
Well,
what
yeah.
you're saying,
In Miami,
Manuel, I will tell you. Every time I go to Toronto, whether it's to catch a Yankee game, a Sixers game, or a Carabana, I never want to leave that motherfucker. I never want to leave that place. I'm just like, man, the women here, and I ain't even going up to the floss like that. I'm just going up to the chill. I'm just like, God damn, boy, these women here.
even for women, if sisters, like, if I can really be honest, man, just having lived in again, I lived in Boston. I've lived in Boston, Miami, Dallas, Atlanta, New Orleans, Seattle, Louisville. Spent a significant amount of time in San Francisco, Houston, Austin. Those are my 10.
Mm-hmm.
And I spent a good little amount of time in the DMV. I would even recommend for sisters, if you got the opportunity to get out of the coast into middle America just a little bit more. People are more grounded. They still bust their ass for work, and they want to settle down because it's slower.
Yeah, but
Well, that's why
It's
they call it the
slower.
why do people
that's why they call it the
gravitate
heartland of the
to
country.
big cities like that? It's because of
Right.
money.
Because they got because of the money, but it's what y'all spoke to earlier, right? The big cities require these dual incomes that feminism has brought about. If you can get away from those as a man,
But
you
that's
can
where
do a lot more with
that,
less.
but that's where the jobs are.
Yeah.
They're gonna gravitate to that. That's why.
Yeah,
That's why
it's
they pull
kind
that
of a
way.
catch-22.
What I'm saying is I don't know your name, but what I'm saying is I think it would behoove you to take a little less. No, I don't know which side. The one with the avatar. And what
BGS.
is that, a Jedi or something, or is that Sith?
That's actually it's actually a Mace Windu. That's why it's purple.
Oh, he's weak. Never mind.
Yeah, he's a
Listen,
Jedi. That's a
listen.
Jedi.
Yeah. We don't do Jedi where I'm from. We do Sith. Anyway,
So
and
you think so you
listen, and listen. I'm saying Plagueis, Darth Plagueis specifically. If it ain't Plagueis, I don't rock with it. But anyway, that's a whole nother subject.
if you in the white supremacy, Plagueis is good.
Yeah, but you know what? He is.
Yeah.
He's a racial supremacist. They ain't necessarily white, but he's racially. But
He's a
anyway,
white
what
supremacist.
what
That's why it's Plagueis.
what I suggest for men, even though you will make less in the middle, your money goes further. I'm talking about. Listen, making 100,000 in Seattle
Mm-hmm.
and making 70 in something like Nashville, you will do way more.
Or
You will do way more.
even better yet, remote work and live in Colombia or Brazil or Africa. Passport,
Listen.
passport,
However
bro.
you got to do it. Now, look, man.
Passport, bro.
If you are actually listen, so let me give y'all my take on the passport bros on the real side of it.
Okay.
The real side, when we're talking about men that want the nuclear family dynamic
Mm-hmm.
with women that still abide by gender roles,
Mm-hmm.
go for what you know. Go get it.
Okay.
But when we're talking about dudes that want to talk like they're those guys, when they just tricking off at a discount, I have no respect for that. Be honest with me. Tell me you tricking off at a discount. I understand.
Which
I
guy?
spent a significant time.
Okay.
The
Which-
guys
okay,
the guys that are tricking off need to say we're tricking off. The guys that are doing the thing that I just mentioned,
when you
looking for
say-
the nuclear family dynamic,
When you say tricking, what do you mean? Define it for me.
partaking in hypergamy at a discount.
Okay. Dating, right?
Transactional. Okay, transactional. I mean, okay, and honestly, I'm talking about partaking in sex workers at a discount.
Prostitute.
If that's what you're doing, I don't judge it. I don't judge it.
How about dating?
Ain't that what the
Multiple
dope
I was
boys
in
did?
Cartagena. Hold on. I was in Cartagena, and I know what you can get two for $40. I get it.
No,
I'm not.
what about dating? Going to Tanzania or Gambia or
Yeah,
Ghana
okay. And
or
that's what I'm saying. When you're
Thailand.
dating, so when
Yeah.
you're dating, okay, don't get me started on Thailand. But when you're dating and
Even in
you're
Thailand.
just partaking in hypergamy at a discount. But if you're looking for the nuclear family dynamic that you
Okay.
can't find here in the States, I don't
How,
judge that.
so how do you have to date the vet, right? Or just go buy one? Buy
No,
one.
absolutely. But that's the end game. But that's the end game.
So
We as men know when we're purposeful. That's
so
the
so
end game.
so in the process of dating as a young man, how do you do it?
That's perfect.
So then most of the guys over there are actually dating. Okay, most of them. Most of
You
them.
You
just
gonna
don't hear
tell me?
about it because they
Yes.
don't. They don't. The thing about it is, man, you won't hear about it because they don't put it out there. Similar to what I don't do. I never advertise any aspect of my personal life.
And those are the men. And those are the men that I have all the respect for. And those are never the men I address. I'm
The past.
addressing the tricks. I'm addressing the ones that are partaking in sex workers,
So what?
trying to say that they're moving like yeah. Because
Don't.
I like people to be honest.
Well,
Just be
You have
honest.
to
they're
get that,
they're
man.
not honest here.
Yeah, yeah.
They're not honest
Yeah.
here.
Listen,
Yeah.
listen.
Why would they
If you
change?
tricking, but no, wait, listen. Even if you're tricking here, I need you to be honest about it. Don't act like you're doing
They're not
something
going
that you
to
ain't.
because
So what's the difference?
they don't want the shame.
There is no different,
Thank
and I
you.
call them out regardless.
What?
Listen, listen, because that's what I do. If you listen, that's what bro. Listen, I tell you what, y'all don't know me.
He may not show it here,
Yeah.
but he
Come
does.
follow me on
I get on him
Facebook.
about. I get on him about it, BGS.
Follow me on
People
YouTube.
get
Follow me on YouTube.
listen. I
Yeah.
absolutely
Follow
will.
me on
I
YouTube.
absolutely will. I absolutely will. But when you come to my Facebook, you're gonna go down that list, you're gonna hit them reels, and you're gonna see them women getting cooked. And then I'm gonna cook the brothers a little bit. I'm gonna give everybody some cooking. And y'all gonna disagree, y'all gonna agree, and y'all gonna fight. And it's
but
all well and good.
I have to write my books, Herbert.
Yeah,
I had to
but
write my book.
see, and a lot of people are gonna hear this and think we don't like each other, and this is exactly what the black man is.
Oh no, yeah. Oh man, listen. But you know what, Herbert? Even when we disagree, it's never disrespectful. It's slick. We talk slick. We talk slick.
Okay.
It's never disrespectful.
The
So
thing-
I can do slick all.
but the
I
thing-
don't disrespect.
the thing with the black manosphere, they never see the good side. It's always
Right.
the negative shit. Okay,
It's-
always.
Yeah, and see,
Always.
and that's just what I was going to address. This is the good stuff. It may sound contentious, but the only way you actually get into the nuance of things is you have to have these kind of conversations. And some people just aren't built for them. They don't want to sit here and be kind of exposed, if you will, say this and then come back and say, this is what men do. This is a part of what the black manosphere does. So
About
we will
growth.
have detractors over there.
I mean,
We
do
will
you
have
guys,
people trying to associate.
do you
stuff
guys
with
talk
us.
about the conflict between the bricks and the dollar
Right?
on your page?
On mine, did we talk about it?
Yeah.
Nah. Okay, on my page, like we talk about a lot of the things, but
Like what? Like what?
what?
Outside of
Okay,
women. Outside of women.
we so you said outside of women.
Yeah.
I mean, we talk
In other
about
words-
women, we talk about men,
Hold on.
we talk about
on.
the economy, we talk about the culture, we talk
What about the economy? What kind of topics you bring up? Banking.
when we're talking about the economy. What was the last thing we just talked about on the economy?
Mhm.
I forget who we just had on there talking about the economy. We've had I don't know, have 18 live streams and however many subjects we touch on everything. But the main point, the thing is on my particular pod,
Mhm.
one, I like to invite people that are intelligent, respectful, and have some goddamn decorum.
Mhm.
Yeah, well,
That's it.
Okay.
And the women that we invite, they can't have an axe to grind. They can't be bitter and beat down and upset. And the men at the same time, we want the same thing. So we argue, we disagree,
Mhm.
but everybody can come with some real perspective, and everybody's objective, and everybody can be accountable. You can ask her. People tag people all the time, applauding the women on because they hold it down very well. And the thing that I wanted to do was the narrative about Black people not being able to have civil discord. I wanted to shut that down. I didn't want arguing. I didn't want beefing. I didn't want disrespect. I wanted civil discord between Black men and Black women on a variation of topics and see where it would go. And up until now, we've been able to hash that out civilly every single time.
I popped in on your podcast. I'm like, yo, this man's got a full panel. I can't even get up there. So I applaud you.
Yeah, it's hard, man. I vet the shit out of these people. Man, I go to a profile. I watch what they write. I watch how they respond to comments. If they got a camera and they mic and they drop reels, I look at their reels. I look at what they're talking about. I look at how they respond to people being greasy and slick with them. And then I send them messages and say, hey, why don't you come on? And if it's somebody else, I got people that I've known for years have popped up. People that I've never even spoke to in a day have popped up. And it's just I reach out and I let them know what we're talking about. I let them know what the decorum is. I let them know what the topics are going to be. And they hop on.
The thing is that the manosphere, especially my part of the manosphere, is based on the temple is actually open for anybody to walk in. Yeah. Anybody.
Yeah, I don't want anybody.
Well, that's why it doesn't grow.
Well, the thing of
you know what? Let me tell y'all one thing I've noticed in these YouTube streets, these social media streets, all of them. You got two growth rates. You got a snail's pace, and you got meteoric rise.
You have 6 PhDs.
I don't want meteoric rise.
You have 6 PhDs that come to your page.
Listen, I don't want a meteoric rise. What's that?
6 PhDs that come to your page.
6 PhDs?
Yes.
6 people that hold doctors in their respective fields.
Doctors, yes.
No, I don't. I don't need that. That's not necessary.
I do.
And that's great. That's great. That's good. That's good.
That's part of the man.
But my whole point is I don't want to create viral content because I could have did that last year.
I'm sorry, man. Well, hold on. What he's saying is, in order for us to ascend to a certain level, we need people that are accredited. So when we speak, we have credentialed people backing what we say. Otherwise, people will dismiss us. Now that we have the lettered people, they can't. They have to take us seriously. That's why I mentioned.
Okay. Hold on. Wait. You need lettered people, and you need
no. Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
Hold on, wait.
Letters doesn't equal right.
It does. What you need those people though. Why do you need those people?
I do.
One time, let her speak. Why do you need those? Why do you think you need those people?
I think it's important, but I just don't want it to be amiss that letters.
Why do you need those people?
Because you want that educated perspective. But just because you have that educated perspective, if you don't believe.
It's more than that.
Is that
okay? Who sets policy in this country? Where does it start? Where does it start?
It's not just lettered people.
Yes, it starts in the academy and works its way out. Where did Me Too come from?
I have no idea.
It came out of the academy.
No, I do agree with that part, but I also agree with. Did you, Herbert? Did you see my post today about the change in media? And what we're seeing now is that in order to have a voice, you need two things. What you just said, you need letters, you need accreditation, and you need experience.
Yeah.
So what I like to do is I like to know what people's experiences are. If you have actual documented lived experience in whatever we're going to speak on,
okay,
then you're welcome.
Who do the policy, who do the policy makers pay attention to? Who?
Listen, I'm not talking. Listen, I'm talking about my podcast. We ain't making policy over there. We just having good conversation.
But what he's saying is this.
Oh, for the manosphere, yeah, that's well and good.
If you wanted to change policy, who do you need?
Oh, absolutely.
Why do you think they're here?
Yeah, you absolutely need that. You absolutely need that.
Yeah, so that's what that's what he's saying. So when he asked that question, he's not taking a shot at you. He's saying because he opened the door and he's left it open, they were able to come in because he He had to ask some of these people, and they didn't see the benefit. They were similar in the mindset with you. Well, what am I going to do? And it's not until you get into somewhere that you realize there's a place for you.
But those people are coming to the best conversation too. I have my eye on. Listen, I have my eye on a few people that I'm eyeing down from a distance. They're coming. I got a few lawyers coming. I'm not playing. I have a few lawyers coming. I know y'all have y'all. I'm saying.
You got 10 hours. You got 10.
Okay, y'all can have 10. I'm one person. I've got a few lawyers coming. I got a few doctors coming. I got a few psychology majors coming. I got some business owners coming.
When are they coming?
I got a few lettered athletes coming. I'm sitting there. I'm just networking.
We take the crap on the Black Manosphere.
Just let me cook. Just let me cook. Just let me cook. Just let me cook.
Yo.
Just let me cook.
In other words, son, catch up. Okay.
Listen, hey, listen. No. There's no catch up. There's no catch up because there's no competition. Because this isn't a race. This isn't a race. Let me tell you what y'all can't ever do. There's no race. There's no competition. There's no running. I'm in my own lane.
What can't we ever do? What is that?
I'm in my lane.
What can we ever do? What is that?
Listen, hey, y'all got that to be continued.
You open your mouth.
In my lane.
What can't we ever do? Is the Black Manosphere?
I don't know. What are you talking about?
You just said it. There's one thing that we can't ever do. What is that?
Well, I said what y'all can't do. I didn't say nothing about
you
what y'all
did.
said.
Okay.
You said there's one thing y'all can't do.
Yeah. What is that? You just said.
Speaking in reference to competition.
I was saying one thing y'all can't do is change how I'm going to move. I'm not competing.
We don't care.
Yeah, I'm not. And I don't either. Like, you talking about catch up?
You're comparing yourself to us. Okay.
No, I was not comparing myself. I said I'm doing my. I said I got some stuff coming too. That's not in comparison to.
Y'all gonna have to put this shit in the crock pot and we let it simmer.
You know what I'm saying?
We're gonna let you go. We're gonna let you go, man.
Listen. I'll be back. Listen. My wife gonna be like, I thought you did lives on Wednesday night. You down on Monday doing live. You're making all that noise.
In other words, I brought to the manager what I've already done for the continent of Africa. I've done this before. That's why I'm in trouble already. I'm on a list somewhere. Okay. So what I'm doing here is the same thing I did elsewhere, and it's already moving.
Listen.
Okay.
When y'all get Dr. Claude Anderson in the Manosphere, let me know.
Guess who I know personally? That's why I know
get him on in. That's you probably do. Y'all the same age or close to it. You should know him, I guess. I don't know.
He's actually 87. Okay, not even close.
Oh well, okay, my bad. I know I'm messing with you. I know y'all. I know y'all not the same.
Who pays Dr. Claude? You know.
I don't know. I don't know.
It's black women. If I brought him on, guess what's going to happen to his money?
Take a hit.
Yeah.
So can I bring him on my platform if I care about him?
If you know what, with Dr. Claude, if you're talking economics, anybody and everybody, because I know lots of black women that subscribe.
Can I bring?
When you're talking economics,
Herbert, can I bring Dr. Claude on my platform?
Hell no. Because if he does, they're going to associate him with all the negative things that the Black Manosphere can be saddled with, and that's not something you want to do to somebody you care about. I can understand that. I can understand that because what he's built over his career, I can definitely say leave it. I got a brother of mine who's I won't mention his name, but he raves about y'all.
Mm-hmm.
But he won't won't echo much of what y'all say because he doesn't want to scuttle his platform.
Exactly. I've known Dr. Claude for 30 years, man, personally. 30 years.
Yeah. That's my guy. That's my guy.
And my mentor, my female mentor, had brought him out to California numerous times. Okay. I know
that's my guy. Now, when you're talking economics and anything else like that, and you get out of this relationship shit, Hey, I'm on board with
Well,
everything.
if you get a chance, ask him what he won't say in public. Okay.
Oh, I can only imagine. Listen, he first of all, he greasy. He greasy as hell. So I know what he won't say.
No,
I know
what
what
is
he won't say.
what is that?
He's just like my. Listen, he just Dr. Clark. My y'all need to. I'm gonna. Let me tell you what. I got a treat for y'all.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna get on the phone with my uncle and my dad. I won't air it out. I'll send it to Herbert's inbox and I'll let him play our conversation.
You know
And
what Doctor
you just take my name.
you know what Dr. Claude said to me last time I saw him, like 3 years ago. I said, Dr. Claude, why don't you tell these folks about the permanent underclass, right? You've been the underclass.
Mhm,
It's going to be permanent, which it already is. Okay.
mhm.
He didn't tell that part. He gave you hope.
Right.
Oh no, no. Did you hear his last interview?
Which one?
The most latest interview. He said exactly what you did. He said it's done. He said it's over for you.
Yeah, he said that like 10 years ago,
Oh yeah, we know that.
Yeah,
20 years
yeah.
ago.
He reiterated it. He reiterated it on a young brother interviewed him just a few years ago, maybe
In,
like 2 years ago. It
in,
hasn't been
in,
long.
in other words, you've always been the underclass, right? But
Yep.
you cemented it to
Yep.
where it's permanent. You can't get out of this. That's what he's trying to say.
Yeah. No. He said exactly that. I actually have that. I think I have that pod
Yeah,
saved in my React videos
yeah, yeah.
to react to at a certain point or another.
Sometimes I play his stuff on my. He asked me why. I told him why I can't bring him on my platform. Okay, because of that. Or most of the people I can't bring on the platform because of that. Black women actually attack them. The pro-black is actually a matriarchy, believe it or not. It's gynocracy. Women actually control that sphere. Okay, they will attack you with their money. So I can't bring them on. Ask Dr. Umar about that, about black women and money.
Oh, gee.
He done found out.
Whew.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he done found out.
Remember Shea
He done
Moisture?
found out.
Remember Shea
He done
Moisture?
found out.
Yeah. Remember Shea Moisture?
I'm not familiar with
Yeah.
them.
I still do a podcast with my mentor during the week. I'm still in the community. I know actually no. I was just at a book fair like maybe a month ago. Okay. I'm still there. I actually know what I'm actually talking about. I've been doing this for a long time. I'm not just some guy that just fell off the turnip truck. But Herbert can tell you that. I'm not just some guy. Okay.
Hey man, look. Herbert, tell you, man. I get ran over a couple times.
We all do, man. The bottom line is, and I think this is what people need to take away with just with the conversation that's been going on about the last hour and a half, 45 minutes, is that we all come from similar walks of life and also as well different professions. But the one thing we all have in common, I'm going to ensure Shaughnessy in this, is that we all want to see the black race prosper.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
As long as it
At
can.
the end of the day, as long as that is the core,
hmm
we're gonna be okay.
Yeah.
The message,
Yeah.
the message. Now, the message may need
I
to
can
be
agree.
tailored to a few people, but people like us, we gonna be on code, as they like to say.
Yeah.
So
as long as we can.
if you ain't with us, you against us.
We got to hurry up though because time's running out.
Yeah.
Time's running out. Yeah, I'm sure right about that.
It's not out
Damn sure
already.
is.
It's not out already. No.
All right,
When
let me jump on off here, man. It's like
all right.
I'm on East
Yeah,
Coast time. If y'all in California,
We
wherever
all
y'all
about
at.
to get out of here.
All right.
We all about to get out of here. No
Hey,
closing
well, man,
comments. Y'all heard a
I
lot.
appreciate
All
you
right.
jumping in, man. Anytime.
Hey,
Yes, sir.
good night, John boy.
Good night.
All right, everybody. Peace and love.
Take
We
care,
out of
everybody,
here.
man.
All right.
Yep.
Peace.